graduated from Rowan University in the spring of 2022 with a sports communication and media degree. I got to actually call minor league baseball and G League basketball games while I was in school. And then I graduated, and as soon as I graduated, I went to NFL Films in Mount Laurel, New Jersey. And as much as I loved that experience, I miss putting on the headsets. I decided, you know what, talk is cheap. I have a laptop that's in my house, and so 21 months later, here we are, still on YouTube, calling games and building an incredible, loving community on here with the people that I call my Philly freaks with a capital P and a capital H. We go live for every single Phillies, Sixers, and Eagles game, and we do it like old school radio play-by-play style. I'm Jason Joseph, and this is Play-by-Play with JJ.
I showed a swung on barrel out to right field. Bye-bye baseball.
That baby is long gone.
Good evening, everybody. Hopefully you're all doing well and having yourselves a very fantastic day. My name is Jason Joseph. This is Play-by-Play with JJ. Welcome on into another edition of MLB Diamondzone. Tonight is going to be action-packed. We have everybody playing except for the Phillies and the Brewers. Both of those teams are off, but other than that, we got 14 games. 14 games tonight, and it's going to be action-packed from start to finish, and it's going to be a traffic jam for sure. So we got a lot of awesome games. We will break everything down. But first, before we get into the start of things, hit the thumbs up button, hit that subscribe button as well, and make sure that you guys turn on those notification bell icons too, and that way you will know when we do go live. I got my Baseball Hall of Fame hat on. We're ready to witness some great baseball tonight and even watch some history possibly in the making, because who knows what you're going to see at the ballpark in not just one game, but how about 5? How about 10? How about 14? You just don't know. So, all right, let's get on into tonight's action. So, we got 4 games going on, or 5 games going on at the 6:40 hour, 6:45. We got Mets and Tigers. That'll take place at 6:40. Of course, we'll be tuning on into that game a lot. Toronto is taking on Cincinnati. That game is also at 6:40 as well. The Dodgers play the Pittsburgh Pirates. Mlodzinski is going to be going up against Clayton Kershaw in that game. We'll see how Clayton Kershaw does do. You also have Marlins and Nationals in the 6:45 window as well. And this game is going to be big, too. Not a lot of people are talking about this, but Guardians and Red Sox, they're on at 6:45 p.m. Eastern Time. That's going to be another big battle. Cleveland trying to still play or still fight for that third and final wild card spot. Meanwhile, Boston is still trying to not only catch up to the Yankees, but also try to catch up to the Toronto Blue Jays for that AL East top spot, too. So that'll be interesting. And then during the 7:35 to 7:45 windows, we got Mariners taking on the Rays at 7:35. White Sox are playing the Twins at 7:40. We got an interesting one between the Braves and the Cubs. How about that Cubs comeback last night? That was pretty sick. That was awesome. Then we got Angels and Royals. That'll be at 7:40. And then a little diamond in the rough, if you will, with this Athletics-Cardinals game. We know that the Athletics have not had the best record this season, but they are still a very fun team to watch with guys like Tyler Soderstrom, with guys like Nick Kurtz, and, of course, Jacob Wilson and Brent Rooker. How could you forget about any of those guys, along with Shea Langeliers? So that will be at 7:45. At 8:10, we got the primetime matchup tonight, and that'll be Yankees and Astros. That should be fun, too. Framber Valdez will be pitching for the Houston Astros, and we'll see how he does tonight against the Yankees, and if the Yankees can try to inch their way closer to that AL East division title as well. Giants and Rockies will be on at 8:40, and then at 9:40 tonight, you got Orioles and Padres taking on each other out in the West Coast, and then a little bit of some 2023 World Series rematch action going on between the Rangers and the Diamondbacks. So a lot of games, 14 to be exact, and we're ready to get started with some baseball. So again, we got 5 games during the 6:40 window, and then things will start to pick up even more during that 7:35, 7:45 window as well. And then add on in a couple of 8 o'clock games, 3 9:40 games, and that is going to be your night of Major League Baseball. It's going to be great. If you guys have any fantasy picks, if you guys have any final score predictions, let me know down below. Even if you guys are into other things too, let us know if you have any picks on this game tonight or on all of these games tonight as well. Here's how the setup looks, okay, because this is probably what you're wondering. How are you able to watch all these games at once, JJ? So on the iPad tonight, we got Mets and Tigers, okay? Mets and Tigers just solely on the iPad. On the TV, we're going to have Yankees and Astros. That game is going to be on the TV tonight. And then all the 7:45 or all the 6:40 games, that's Blue Jays, Reds, Dodgers, Pirates, Marlins, Nationals, and Guardians, Red Sox. That's all on the old laptop. And then we have an extra monitor hooked up to that laptop too. But on the regular laptop, which is what I have right now, we got the 7:40 games. It'll be Mariners, Rays on one side. They got White Sox and Twins on the other. And then on the third quadrant, it'll be Braves, Cubs, and then Angels, Royals. And then on the phone, we got A's and Cardinals. Got to bring out all the devices tonight for all these games because we got to eat. We eat baseballs for breakfast, for lunch, and for dinner. We're crazy. And then on that second monitor of the old laptop, we got Giants, Rockies, Orioles, Padres, and Rangers, Diamondbacks. That's going to be interesting to see how we shift everything and try to get it all back onto one device. We'll see. We'll see how all of that stuff goes. Who's ready for baseball? Let us know. Lou is here. What's going on, Lou? How are you, my friend? How are you, Lou? Lugo is here. We got Hoagie Boy here. Got my Rays hat on, baby blue. Yes, the Rays are on at 7:35 p.m. Eastern Time. Pitching matchups for tonight very quickly. Kershaw will be facing Mlb in the Dodgers-Pirates game. You got Nolan McLean on the hill for the New York Mets going up against Sawyer Gibson-Long at 6:40. And then Blue Jays and Reds in that game, it'll be Jose Berrios taking on Scott Barlow. It looks like it's going to be a bullpen game for the Cincinnati Reds. And then in the Nationals-Marlins game, it'll be Adam Mazur facing Cade Cavalli. And then Slade Cessani will be going up against Garrett Crochet. So if you have Garrett Crochet tonight, you're going to definitely want to tune on into this too. I know the fantasy playoffs are ready to get started. And yeah. All right, so we are ready to rock and roll. All right, so we will start off with the 6:40 games right now. Sawyer Gibson-Long is going to be pitching for the Detroit Tigers, and he will face Francisco Lindor, Juan Soto, Pete Alonso, Brandon Nimmo, Mark Vientos, Jeff McNeil, Cedric Mullins, Luis Torrens, and Brett Beatty. And that is your starting lineup for tonight's game. Okay, and now let's make sure that we're live and up to date with all these games here. I think we are. Yes, we are. Good stuff. So Lindor will be the first batter up for the New York Mets, and we're ready to get underway. Phillies Sports is also here. Go Birds, baby! JJ, the red zone of baseball. Yes. All right, so Francisco Lindor is up. First pitch in the first game of tonight's MLB Diamondzone action. What will it be, a ball or a strike? I got news for you. It's a strike. A 267 average for Lindor this year, 26 homers, and over 70 RBI. No balls, 1 strike, and the pitch is down for a ball. And it's now 1 ball, 1 strike. All right, Philly Sports says, I am. Let's go. I got the Reese's peanut butter shirt on today. I know it's not as baseball, festive, and I do apologize, but I do have the Baseball Hall of Fame hat on. I got to wear that hat. You know what I'm saying? Because, again, when we're doing this, especially with all these games on, we could just witness history. We probably are. 1-2 is the count as Francisco Lindor. And the 1-2 delivery to Lindor, he just fouls it off. We got Dodgers taking on Pirates. That game should be starting soon. Shohei Ohtani will lead things off for the LA Dodgers. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Francisco Lindor. And the 1-2 pitch, line drive, hit out to center field. It's caught for out number 1. Wencio Perez is out in center field. He just made the catch there. Zach McKinstry is playing over at third. We'll get to the infielders really quickly. Gleyber Torres at second. Zach McKinstry at third. We also have Sweeney over at short. And then at first base, it's Spencer Torkelson. Dingler is catching behind the plate. And then you got out in left field, Riley Green. Wencio Perez in center. And Kerry Carpenter in right. And Colt Keith DHing. Here's Juan Soto when he looks at a called strike. By the way, Shohei Ohtani did just get out. So there's 1 away in the top of the first. In case you're wondering how Ohtani did get out, well, he ended up flying out to left field. All right. How's chat doing tonight? Let us know down below. Hit the thumbs up button, subscribe to the channel, and turn on the notification bell icons. 14 games start now. What's going on, hosts? Just finished feeding the hogs. Now it's Skitters throwing back some brewskis. Let's go. Let's go. Where's Beans at? Is Beans in the house tonight? Love Hershey, PA. Grew up in that area. Thank you so much. Yeah. All right, 1 ball, 2 strikes to Juan Soto, and the 1-2 pitch, he just fouls it off. Lugo, let's go! Thank you, Lugo. I bow to you, my friend. Thank you. 1-2 on the way to Soto, swing and a miss. And Juan Soto is down on strikes. That's the first strikeout tonight on Diamond Zone. All right, Mookie Betts is up at the plate. We'll go check up on him right now. The count is now 3-2 to Mookie Betts. Or 2-2 it is. Guardians ready to get underway as well. Guardians and Red Sox. That game will be starting in just 1 minute. And then you got Marlins and Nationals. So Mookie fouls off the next pitch. All right. Reds and Blue Jays are underway. Nathan Lukes just flied out over to left center. And so there's 1 out in that ball game. All right, where is it? There it is. Nice stuff. Love Hershey, PA. Grew up in that area. Dude, Chocolate World is fire. Oh, it's so good over there. We love Chocolate World. All right, let's go back to this Mets game really quickly. It's 2 balls, no strikes to Pete Alonso, and the next pitch is taken inside and low for ball 3. We have a Diamond Zone update. Oh boy, just like that. First run delivered on the day, and it's by Toronto. So what ended up happening was George Springer hit a home run. All right. 1-0 Toronto in the top of the first. Another Diamond Zone update. Pete Alonso went yard. And so 2 solo homers to start off Diamond Zone. 1-0 Mets and 1-0 Toronto in the top of the first. All right, so let's go back to this Mets game. That just happened. Alonso just hit a home run, and he puts the Mets up 1-0 against the Detroit Tigers. Gibson Long is pitching, and the pitch, here it comes. That's taken for a ball. Alonso's homer went 435 feet. We got Nationals and Marlins also getting things underway. There's one out there. Okay. Thank you so much for the $2 super chat. Agree, good times. And doing the dumb dance, Alonso. Go home, buddy, and stay there. Ay. It was a 3-0 pitch, too. Yeah, it was. 1 ball, 1 strike. Up to bat now is Brandon Nimmo. And Nimmo takes down for ball 2. It's 2 balls, 1 strike. Garrett Crochet is pitching against the Cleveland Guardians. That game is in the top of the first. There's 1 out. Nimmo this season batting .263 with 22 home runs and 78 RBI. The 2-2 to Nimmo, and that is laid off. It was low for ball 3. If you guys have not hit the thumbs up button already, what are you guys waiting for? Hit that thumbs up button and subscribe. Beans here, JJ, was just dropping the deuce. But let's go. Let's go. The pitch. And that ball's popped up and caught for out number 3. The Mets do get 1 run, though, and lead it 1-0. And with that, we got another Diamond Zone update. There's some action going on in this Blue Jays game already. It's 1-0. Scott Barlow again is pitching for Cincinnati. He's behind in the count 2-0. And the pitch is taken for a called strike. How did they get those 2 base runners, JJ? Well, Bichette's over at first. Vladdy is over at second. Vladdy ended up getting on with a walk, and so did Bo Bichette. And Scott Barlow just having a hard time with his command so far. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Dalton Varsho is in the box for the Toronto Blue Jays. Again, they lead at 1-0 because George Springer hit a home run. So Springer and Alonso have each homered today. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Let's see if we can keep up with all of these. All right, 3-2 is the count. 1 out, top of the first. Barlow's payoff pitch. That's a chopper that's fouled. We do have a yellow update. A yellow Diamond Zone update. What does that mean? Well, we have some traffic on the bases. Jared Triolo just hit a ground rule double against Clayton Kershaw and the Dodgers. And so he's over at second base with nobody out in the bottom of the first. And if they score, we'll let you know. Blue Jays will load the bases. And a timeout taken there. 1-0 Toronto. They have bases loaded. And with that, let's go back to the Pirates game and see if they can cash home a run here. The 1-0 pitch to Nick Gonzalez, and that's a foul ball. So these 5 games are underway. We got 5 games going on right now. And in 45 minutes, we'll add on in the Mariners and Rays. And then in 50 minutes, we'll add on in 3 more games. And in 55 minutes, we'll add on 1 more to it, just to make it more chaotic. All right. McLean is pitching for the New York Mets, and he gets himself his first out of the inning. A nice diving stop by Pete Alonso over towards that first base line. That was Colt Keith who grounded out over to the first base line. And we're going to go back to this Reds game. Barlow pitching, and the first pitch is taken for strike one to Scott Barlow. We're going to go double diamond and add on in the Pirates to the mix. So it's no balls, one strike to Alejandro Kirk. The pitch, fly ball, hit out over towards center field, and that's going to go all the way over towards the wall. A couple runs will easily score. Here comes the third run. It's not in time. The throw to third to get Alejandro Kirk. He is safe. A 3-run triple by Alejandro Kirk. And it's now a 4-0 ball game. Terry Francona wants to challenge to see if Kirk was out at third. But it's 4-0 Toronto. A 3-run triple, if the call stands, for Alejandro Kirk, and a solo homer by George Springer. I think that he is out. I think he's out. He looked like he got swiped right on the ankle. So that should be a 3-run double. And base is empty. Pirates, well, they have traffic on the bases. Runners over at first and second for them. Brian Reynolds is up at the plate as they take on the Dodgers. JJ, my friend, has a 7-leg parlay. If it hits, he wins $3K. Dude, tell him to come on here. Tell him to come on here and follow along with all these games. 2 balls, 1 strike. And that is to Brian Reynolds, batting on the right side. So, by the way, Alejandro Kirk was out at third, and he gets credit for a 3-run double. 2 balls, 1 strike, and that is to Brian Reynolds. And he will call for time very quickly. Go back to the Mets game really quickly, as Kerry Carpenter is up at the plate. But he will call for time, and we'll just go back to Pittsburgh regardless. 3-1 pitch, down for ball 4, and Clayton Kershaw already in a pickle in the bottom of the first inning with nobody out. Wow. Okay. All right, what ended up happening to Carpenter? Carpenter ended up taking a pitch that was way inside. 3-1 to Carpenter. Charge! That's called a strike. It looked a little bit low. It did. It looked a little bit low. The 3-2 down and in for ball 4. And so the Tigers do get their first base runner of the ball game. All right, the Dodgers and Pirates are back in action. And up to bat is Tommy Pham with the bases loaded and nobody out. And Pham flies this one out to right field, and that's going to get down for a base hit. It goes past the slide to Teoscar. 2 runs will easily score, possibly 3. And so it's a 2-0 ball game. The runner from first holds up all the way over at third, and it's a 2-run bloop double by Tommy Pham. And that puts the Pirates up 2-0. Okay. Teoscar tried to make a sliding catch, and it got by him. He did not track it down well at all. His timing was way off. And with that, let's go back over to the Mets game very quickly. There's still nobody out in that game. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And that is to Riley Green. 2 outs, bottom of the first. 8 seconds left on the pitch clock. And here's the 1-2. That misses down and away for ball 2. 3 runs, 2 homers. Yeah, 3 scoring plays. So that's now 8 runs and 2 homers, right? 2 plus 4 plus 1. 7. 7 runs, sorry. The pitch. Now it's 8. All right. Pirates now lead at 3-0 on an RBI infield single by Andrew McCutchen. All right, the 3-2 pitch on the way to Green, and that's down for ball 4, and the Tigers have something cooking already in the bottom of the first inning. Nice, let's go. All right, 8 runs. 8 runs, 2 solo homers. By the way, the Blue Jays and the Reds, they are going to the bottom of the first inning. So Alejandro Kirk had a 3-run double, and George Springer had a solo home run in that game. Mets lead at 1-0 on a solo shot by Pete Alonso. The Pirates, well, they had an RBI infield single from Andrew McCutchen and a 2-run bloop double from Tommy Pham. That's how they have their lead. Let's go. 1 ball, no strikes, and that is to Spencer Torkelson. And the 1-0 pitch is taken inside for ball 2. So the Tigers, they had nobody on. And all of a sudden, back-to-back walks, and Nolan McLean has gotten himself into a pickle. 2 balls, no strikes to Torkelson. And the 2-0, swinging a ground ball, base it out to left field. The runner from second is coming on in to score. The throw is definitely not in time. Detroit ties it up. 9 runs. An RBI single for the Tigers as Spencer Torkelson comes on through. Wow. Crazy. All right. Let's go back to the Pirates game. The pitch, fly ball hit out over towards right field. That's going to be caught by Teoscar Hernandez. And there's a sacrifice fly from Canario. And he now makes it 4-0 Pittsburgh. So 4-0 Pirates against the Dodgers, as they have done a lot of scoring early on. 4-0 there. 1-1 out in Detroit. And also a scoreless game out in Washington, D.C., and a 4-0 game for the Toronto Blue Jays. So that makes it now what? 10 runs. 10 runs so far. Okay. The Tigers will send Wencio Perez up to the plate. The count is 0-1 to him. Let's go. Told you McLean is going down today. Yeah, you're right. No balls, 1 strike to Wencio Perez. And the 0-1 line drive, another base hit out to right field. And so Carpenter's rounding 30s coming in to score. The throw over to second is in time. Wencio Perez was trying to be a little bit extra with going over to second base, but he does get an RBI single to put the Tigers up 2-1. They're going to go to the top of the second inning, though, with the lead. That makes it 11 runs. Nice. And with that, we'll go to the Pirates game again. Kershaw has given up 4 runs. An RBI infield single from Andrew McCutchen. A 2-run double from Tommy Pham. And also an RBI sacrifice fly for Nick Gonzalez, I believe. Nope, it was from Canario. 3 balls, 1 strike. Kershaw has not been good so far. And the 3-1, that's a foul ball. 11 runs, 2 homers. Nice. That's correct. Keep track. It's going to be a lot to do tonight, because this is our first time doing it as like a traditional Diamond Zone. Every time we do it, the games are spread. Here's the pitch. Line drive, base hit out to left field. And that is for the Pittsburgh Pirates. And going over to second base is Kutch. He's in scoring position for the Bucks. Okay. And so we stick here until we get another Diamond Zone update. Marlins and Nationals are scoreless. That game is currently in the top of the second. And again, 4-0 Toronto out in Cincinnati, so they've done a lot of their scoring early on. Guardians and Red Sox are in the top of the second. They are scoreless. Garrett Crochet is on the mound tonight for the Boston Red Sox. If you have him in fantasy baseball, he is going up against Slade Sassani, who Slade has actually not been too shabby as of lately. He gave up 3 earned runs in his last outing, 2 earned runs in the outing before that, and both of those outings went 6 innings. So we'll see how he does. The Mets are back on, and we'll check up on them in just a few moments. But first, the 0-1, and that is a foul ball to Henry Davis. And so the count is 0-2. We do have a Yellow Diamond Zone update. Mlb Marte able to get on with a double off of Jose Berrios for the Cincinnati Reds. Jhonkensy Noel hits a homer for Cleveland. Wow. Big swing for him. That's off of Garrett Crochet, right on cue. Noel hits one over the Green Monster out in left, or actually he hit it out to right field, excuse me, and just kept it fair. So Noel gets a solo homer. That's the 3rd homer tonight in Major League Baseball. All right. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and still 1 out in this bottom of the first. Kershaw can't get out of it, and the 2-2 is fouled away. So Noel homers for Cleveland, and they go up 1-0. Two balls, 2 strikes to Henry Davis. And the 2-2 is high for ball 3. Kershaw already has 35 pitches in this first inning. We're going to go double diamond. Elly De La Cruz is up, and he grounds this one back up the middle for a base hit. Another run will score out in Cincinnati. That's their first run of the day, but another run scores in that game, and they now make it 4-1 on an RBI single by Elly De La Cruz. That thing looked like it was heading on into the dirt. And meanwhile, it looks like Henry Davis grounds into a double play, and that's how the inning ends out in Pittsburgh. But they get 4 runs on an RBI infield single from Andrew McCutchen, a 2-run double from Tommy Pham, and, of course, an RBI sacrifice fly from Canario. And that is all the scoring that occurs there. Nationals do have bases loaded, but the Marlins had the bases loaded. Didn't see how that occurred, but they just grounded into a double play. Heriberto Hernandez grounds into a 5-4-3 double play, and the inning is over. And they're going to go to the bottom of the first. Good for Kate Cavalli to be able to get out of that jam there. That was pretty big. All right, there are 2 outs in the Mets game, and nobody on. Cedric Mullins is up. There's 3 games in a break and 2 on right now, and that's where we're going to have our double diamond. That's Mets, Tigers, and Dodgers, Pirates. First pitch to Cedric Mullins, and that's taken down for a ball. Elly De La Cruz did have an RBI single. Sorry, not Dodgers, Pirates. It'll be Blue Jays and Reds. That's the other game that's not in a break. The 1-0 to Mullins, and he flies it out over towards shallow left field. The shortstop, Baez, is there, makes the catch, and the inning is over. Mets and Tigers are heading to the bottom of the second. And with that, there's only 1 game on right now. That is the Reds game. 1-2 is the count to Austin Hayes. And the pitch, check swing, he did not go. So how is everybody doing tonight? Let us know who you're rooting for. Are you rooting for Mets or Tigers? How about Blue Jays, Reds? Who are you rooting for in that game? Dodgers, Pirates, Marlins, Nationals. and Guardians Red Sox. Where do you guys stand on this? Philly Sports says boo Marlins. So you guess that he's probably rooting for the Nationals. I would assume that you're also rooting for the Tigers and the Pirates, I would assume. Two balls, two strikes to Austin Hayes. Hayes was 16 doubles this year against the Toronto Blue Jays and a .280 batting average. Wow. Philly Sports says, oh, yeah. Marshawn says, Blue Jays, got to rep the city. We love that. Sounds good, man. Two balls, two strikes out in Cincinnati. We got Mariners and Rays. That game will start in 28 minutes. White Sox Twins will start in 33 minutes, as well as the Braves Cubs and the Angels Royals game. And in 38 minutes, you got A's and Cardinals. And so that's going to be it for the 7 o'clock window games. All right, so we are heading back to the Cincinnati Reds game. Where is that? There it is. Two balls, two strikes. The pitch is down for a ball, and the throw back over to first is not in time. A Yellow Diamondzone update. So the Washington Nationals able to get on with a leadoff bloop double out to left field, and so they have a runner in scoring position. Ellie De La Cruz was dancing off that first base bag, and Vladdy, I don't think he tagged him. He did not. The throw actually had him beat. Toss back to first this time, and Ellie is definitely safe, without a doubt. So Lyle got on with a double, and Riley Adams is up in that Nationals game. But back to Cincinnati, the 3-2 pitch, ground ball hit sharply over to third. The throw over to first is in time. Ellie De La Cruz did swipe second base. And we will stay put out in Cincinnati. Mets are back on. It's a 2-1 ball game in the bottom of the second. And it's a 2-2 count. I want Mets, Red Sox, and Nationals to win at least, says Gary. Love it. Very, very good. On the go with CeeLo. Is he here? CeeLo is here. My Braves are going to blow another 6-run lead tonight. What's up, CeeLo? How are you? All right, we got a fly ball hit out over towards left field by Nathaniel Lowe. The throw to second base is not in time in that Boston game. And so he gets on with a one-out double out in Boston as they look to try to respond. You're going to hear a lot of air horns tonight. Back to Cincinnati we go, though, very quickly. Gavin Lux is up. And the pitch is taken in there for a strike. 1 ball, 1 strike. And here's the 1-1 pitch, and that's taken down for ball 2. Another Diamond Zone update. This time it's out in Washington, D.C. Riley Adams able to put the Nationals on the board with an RBI single against the Marlins. So there is another run on this night in baseball. The 2-1 pitch to Gavin Lux is inside for ball 3. Adams just headed over to second. Three balls, 1 strike, and the 3-1 pitch is outside for a ball. The Red Sox are going to get on the board. Romy Gonzalez just got on with an RBI single, and he ties up the knot 1-1 in the bottom of the first. So Gonzalez comes through. Riley Adams comes through as well. It's 1-1 in Boston, and it's 1-0 Nationals in the bottom of the second. So in every game There has been a score. There's no more scoreless games right now as we speak. The Reds have runners on over at first and second, and they're looking to try to tie the game. Two outs, bottom of the first, and two runners on. Another Yellow Diamond Zone update. Sedan Rafaela, or Masataka Yoshida, I believe, just got on with a double. And there's bottom of the second, one out. And Rafaela is going to come on up to the plate. And the first pitch to Rafaela is swung on and missed. No balls, one strike. We're going to go double diamond here and check up on the Reds as well. It's 0-1 to Stewart, and the pitch is taken outside for a ball. The pitch to Rafaela. Here it comes. And there's a line drive, base hit out to right field. Another couple of runs will score. A 2-run single by Sedan Rafaela. Wow. That makes it now 3-0 Boston. Or 3-1 Boston in the bottom of the second inning as Rafaela able to drive it the opposite way. So if you have Sedan Rafaela in fantasy baseball, he just got you a 2-run single. All right, back to the Reds game. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Reds are looking to try to tie the game, potentially. They gave up 4 runs in the first, Scott Barlow, that is. And Jose Berrios not really looking good so far. Stewart is up. He made his major league debut last night. Got his first career hit, I believe. And the pitch, ground ball, hit over to shortstop, and the throw over to second is in time. And there is out number 3. And so the Reds are going to go to the top of the second inning. They trail 4-1 to the Toronto Blue Jays. We have another update. Jacob Young just got on with an RBI single for the Washington Nationals. So Riley Adams and Jacob Young each have RBI singles out in the nation's capital. And now they lead it 2-0 against the Marlins. Pretty insane. And a Yellow Diamond Zone update as the Dodgers are trying to threaten the score. They trail 4-0. Michael Conforto is up. We're going to go check up on them. Conforto just hitting 190 on the season. It's no balls, 1 strike. And Mlodzinski throws a pitch that's down for a ball. I got the Mets, Dodgers, and Red Sox, so yeah, I'm pretty much screwed. That's funny. Not tonight, he has other plans. 13 runs, 3 homers. You're going to see a lot of updates. JJ, how do you know all these names? It just comes from experience, man. That's all it comes from. It comes from experience, and I don't know. I just love baseball. It sounds wild. I have my old laptop. I have 4 games on that monitor. I have 4 games on my new laptop, and I have 1 on my iPad. I'm going to add 1 on the phone. There's going to be 1 on the TV. And then when the West Coast games start and all these other games are almost done, we're going to have to use the extra monitor up here. It's just chaos. Dodgers at bases loaded now in the top of the second inning. And so the tying run is coming up for the Dodgers. And we're going to stick here as Andy Pages comes up. There will be a timeout taken as Carmen Mlodzinski is going to have a conversation with his pitching coach and Henry Davis and the umpires as well. Red Sox are still threatening again. And Roman Anthony is up, so they're trying to hunt for more runs. It's a 3-1 game out at Fenway Park. All right, so we're going to go double diamond. Evan Sisk is getting loosened up in the Pirates bullpen. Plus, they also say this stuff on the screens too, like with the graphics and everything, so that certainly does help. Pages takes ball one. It's down. And Anthony lines a base hit out to right field for the Red Sox, and they just pour it on in this bottom of the second. Roman Anthony with an RBI single, folks. Boston is pounding Cleveland so far. Okay. Let's go back to Pages' at bat. 1 ball, 1 strike to him. And the pitch, ground ball, hit over to shortstop. The tag to second, there's 1. The throw to first, there's 2. A run will score. It is a 6-3 double play, though, and the Dodgers do get themselves a run because of that. So it's not an RBI to Pages. It's just a run scored for the Dodgers. And the run, I believe, will be granted to Smith, if I'm not mistaken. We'll let you know in just a few seconds. Oh, we had a pickoff attempt over at second base in that Boston game, and the runner just got back. Just got back. Oh, that was so close. Here comes Alex Freeland to the plate for the Dodgers. Freeland has been one of their top guys, one of their top young guys, I should say. He's down in the count 0-2. Max Coverage TV, what's going on? How are you, my friend? You got a big game tonight. You got Astros and Yankees primetime. Ooh, that's going to be wild. Guys, if you have not done so, please go subscribe to Max Coverage TV. He is so awesome at what he does. They are reviewing to see if the runner at second in the Boston game is out. Cleveland decided the challenge, and I think that they have a case. And the call was overturned. He's out, and there's out number 2. Okay. So 2 gone in the bottom of the second out in Boston. And so instead of a runner of runners being at first and second, there's just a runner on over at first. So there we go. All right. Let's go back to this Boston game. Here's the 0-1. Fly ball hit out over towards right field, and that is caught right in front of the warning track for out number 3. And so the Red Sox are going to go to the top of the third inning. It's 4-1 Boston. They get 4 runs in that inning. Roman Anthony had himself a nice hit, and they got their offense going for sure. All right, back to the Dodgers-Pirates game. The 1-2 pitch to Freeland, and he fouls it off. We do have another yellow diamond zone update. There are runners at the corners out in Cincinnati. We'll head there soon. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And there's 2 outs in the top of the second. A runner at third, and the pitch is outside for ball 2. 15 runs, 3 homers. These next 12 games for us are tough, man. Houston, Toronto, Detroit, Boston. I think that the Toronto and the Boston series are bigger, though, than the Houston-Detroit because obviously, A, those are division rivals, but also, B, I feel like that you guys are going to have to face them, either one of those teams in the first round. I could be wrong, though. I really could be. Maybe it would probably be Detroit in the first round. But it all depends. 2-2 pitch to Freeland. There's a foul ball. Blue Jays are trying to extend their lead. Vladdy Guerrero Jr. is up. Let's go check up on him really quickly. He had a walk his last time up. And he also scored a run. Here's the 1-1 to Vladdy. Ground ball through the hole for a base hit out to right field. And the Blue Jays will get another run in. An opposite field RBI single. I believe that went under the glove of the first baseman. Let's double check that again. Yeah, Stewart just could not play that properly. And it's 5-1 Blue Jays. All right, back to the Dodgers game. Well, it looks like that Freeland did just strike out, and they are going to go to the bottom of the second. The Dodgers do get a run, though, on a double play. Here's the pitch. Fly ball hit out over towards center field. That's going back towards the track. And the center fielder can't make the catch. It bounces off his glove. Goes over the wall. And guess what? Bo Bichette has himself a 3-run bomb. I don't know if Friedel, it looked like it did bounce off his glove. He had to go back to the track. He tried to leap up and catch it. And I believe it just bounced off the tip of his glove. If he was a little bit taller, I think he would have caught it. But Bo Bichette with a 3-run rocket out to right field. Like to see a replay of it. On the replay, it didn't actually look like it hit his glove. 8-1 Toronto. What a blowout that is. All right, we're going to go to the top of the third, back out in Boston. So the Blue Jays have done a lot of damage. They've put up 4 runs in each inning so far. And so the Guardians-Red Sox game is back. They're in the top of the third. It's 4-1 Boston. And here's the 1-2 on the way to Kwan, and he lines it, but it's caught for out number 2. That ball sort of jammed him a little bit. And Bregman was able to just catch it into the pocket of the glove for out number 2. 18 runs. Yeah, that was a 3-run homer. So wait, let's see. 8-1. That's 9. 5. 5. That's 19. 19, 21. That's 24 runs. And the Pirates will make it 25 on a solo home. Nope, it's a fly out. Just kidding. Just kidding. Was totally just kidding. It's so easy to lose track of everything. All right, back to this Cleveland game. Garrett Crochet gets himself a 1-2-3 inning. And so the Red Sox will head to the bottom of the third with a 4-1 advantage. Have not checked in on those Mets in a little bit of time. They are down 2-1 to the Tigers. Not a lot of base runners. Nolan McLean just struck out another batter. So he gets his second out of the inning. And there is out number 2 in the bottom of the third. Cha-ching. Jeez, the Reds suck. I know, it's crazy. It's absolutely wild. Bo Bichette just hit a big-time 3-run home run for Toronto. That was a huge shot. They've put up 8 runs. Bo's homer went 412 feet. And again, Springer also homered in that game, too, if you have him in fantasy. Someone make me a tea, I can't move. It's going to be like that all night. There's not going to be any breaks here. We're not really going to have any, maybe towards the end when we have the 9:40 games, but that's going to be wild. All right, what else do we have? Let's go check up on the Nationals because there's a yellow diamond zone alert there. I know that the Nationals and the Marlins aren't fighting for a playoff spot right now, but we'll still check up on them anyways. C.J. Abrams did get on with a double. He just advanced over to third on a ground out that was hit by Josh Bell. And so Bell is retired, and the Nationals are trying to hunt for another run. You're chained to the wheel. Hit that thumbs up button for JJ. Hit that thumbs up button for everybody, not just me. This is your channel too. It really is. Here's the pitch to Luis Garcia Jr., and he grounds it over towards the left side of the mound. Abrams will stay put, and the pitcher Mazur is just going to make the easy toss over to first for out number 2. So there's 2 gone. Let's just recap really quickly. The Pirates are up 4-1 against the Dodgers. Clayton Kershaw is still pitching. We also have Mets taking on the Tigers. It's 2-1 Detroit. Alonso homered in that game. And we got a 8-1 lead out in Cincinnati and a 4-1 lead in Boston. And now a 3-0 lead out in Washington thanks to Lyle's RBI single. So he's technically halfway there to get in the cycle. He has a double and an RBI single. That makes it 3-0. So if you do the math correctly, 3 plus 9 is 12, plus 5 is 17, plus 3 is 20, and that's now 25 runs. 25 runs scored in these first 5 games so far. The Mets are back on, and we shall check up on them to see how they are doing. They're the only team that's up that's trailing. And Juan Soto comes up, and he takes outside and high for ball 1. So we'll stick here. Coach, how are you, Coach? Love you, Coach. All right, so we're going to focus on this Mets game really quickly. It's 1 ball, 1 strike to Juan Soto. And the 1-1, and that is taken outside for ball 2. Make sure that you guys go support Ethan Baumholtz of Advisors Mortgage. Contact him today, 609-230-5558. You can also email him. The post is down below for all your needs. If you're in the New Jersey area, he is great at what he does, and I love him. 3 balls, 1 strike to Juan Soto. We're in the top of the 4th. It's 2-1 Tigers. Soto in the box. Gibson Long on the mound. He kicks, he fires, and Soto takes down for ball 4. It just continues to be a walk machine. And he is over at first base now. We have ourselves a Yellow Diamond Zone update, I believe, just from the looks of it. Yes, it is. There's a double that was hit out over towards left center by Jose Trevino in that Reds game. But we're going to go back to the Mets. 1 ball, no strikes to Pete Alonso, who had a solo homer his last time up. 1-0 is the count. Gibson Long gets the signs from Dingler. He comes set and deals. The pitch is down for a ball. Soto is safe at second, and he's now in scoring position on the swipe. That's his 20. Is that correct? Did that just say that that's his 27th stolen base of the season? That can't be right. That can't be right. What are we doing? That can't be his 27th. I have to double check that for myself. There's no way he has 27 steals. Lindor has 27. Soto does have 27 steals. How about that? Juan Soto with 27 stolen bases on the season. That has to be his most, right? That's by far his most. I mean, he's doubled. He had 12 in 2023, 12 in 2019. He's been running a lot this year. I did not even realize that. Here's the pitch to Alonso. Ground ball hit over to third base, and the throw over to first is in time. We do have another Diamond Zone update out in Boston. It is 5-1 on a solo homer hit out to right center field. I believe that was Nathaniel Lowe that did it. So it's 5-1 Red Sox. Lowe did homer. He did. That was him. All right, let's check up on those Mets again. 1 ball, no strikes. Top of the 4th, 1 out. The tying run is at second, and that's Juan Soto. Nimmo in the box. The 1-0 pitch. Swing and a miss. Nimmo went fishing after that. The Reds did get themselves another run, and it's now an 8-2 ball game there. They got their second run in the bottom of the second. They're still in the bottom of the second, but they were able to get an RBI double from Matt McLean. 2 balls, 1 strike. We're going to have another game starting in 4 minutes. That'll be Rays and Mariners. We'll get them into the mix too. 2 balls, 1 strike to Brandon Nimmo. And the 2-1 pitch is on the outside corner for strike 2. Love you too. Absolutely. Make it stop, JJ. The AL East are going crazy tonight. It's unbelievable. It's absolutely insane. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Top of the 4th. A runner on at second. And the 2-2 is down and in for ball 3. That's to Brandon Nimmo. We're just solely focusing on this game right now. Because every other game, it's the winning team is up. Three balls, 2 strikes to Brandon Nimmo. And the payoff pitch. Line drive, base it out to right field. The tying run, Ron Soto, is rounding third, but he'll stay put over at third base. And he is now 90 feet away from scoring. We do have another Diamond Zone update out in Pittsburgh. Ohtani sent one out to right field, and he makes it now a 4-2 deficit. Shohei Ohtani able to get a home run for the Dodgers, and they now trail by 2. That thing went just 373 feet. And, well, that's his 46th home run of the season. So he now has 86 RBI. And we still stay out in Detroit. The pitch to Mark Vientos, and there is ball 1. J.J. Soto has 12 steals in his last 30 games. That's unbelievable. He has that amount of steals in his last 30 games, and that was the most that he had in his career before this year. Twice. 1 ball, no strikes to Mark Vientos, that is. Perez had an RBI single for Detroit back in the bottom of the 1st. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and that's up high for ball 2. Now, the Dodgers will have the tying run come up to the plate. The Dodgers got Mookie Betts on with his first hit of the ball game, and we're going to go double diamond and focus in on Freddie Freeman's at-bat. He's down 0-2. They'll chop it over towards first base. The throw to second, there's 1. The throw to first is not in time. Betts is out at second. 3 balls, no strikes. And that is to Mark Vientos. The toss back over to first, not in time to get Brandon Nimmo. Reds got themselves another run. And so now it's an 8-3 game. Reds have put up 2 runs in this inning. McLean ended up scoring on an error. Marte was safe at first on the throwing error from Isaiah Kiner-Falefa, former Yankee. And the Mets now have bases loaded. We'll let you know how that happened. And we're going to stay there, too. And we will focus in on those Mets as well as the Dodgers. Vientos walked. Vientos got on with a 4-pitch walk. So there's a timeout taken as Gibson Long will have a conversation with his pitching coach. And because of that, let's go back to the Dodgers game. No balls, 2 strikes. Chandler's pitching. And Will Smith is in the box. The count is 0-2. Berrios has not been looking good so far. We'll tell you why in a sec. I'll tell you what just happened there. No balls, 2 strikes to Smith, and the 0-2 is down for a ball. Berrios just walked Elly De La Cruz, and so the Reds could really cut the lead in half on a base hit. 1-2 is the count to Will Smith. And the pitch, line drive, base hit out to center field. The tying run for the Dodgers is now over at first base. Will Smith also being very productive this season. And we'll add in the Mets back to the mix. Okay. 1 ball, no strikes to Jeff McNeil. And by the way, the Mariners are underway too. Randy Arozarena has a full count against him. 1-0 pitch to McNeil. Line drive, base it out to right field. This will give the Mets the lead. Soto's easily going to score. Right behind him, and actually staying put over at third base, will be the base runner for the Mets. It's 2-2. I thought maybe they were going to get 2 runs there, but they were not able to do so. But instead, they're tied out in Detroit. Austin Hayes for the Reds is up, and let's check up on him really quickly. The pitch, fly ball, hit out over towards left field. That ball is gone. It's a 2-run ball game out in Cincinnati. Punch, counter punch. Austin Hayes, the former Philly, going yard for the Reds. They were down 8-1, and now make it a 2-run deficit on 1 swing. Unbelievable. Two balls, no strikes to Cedric Mullins back in this Mets game. Tigers trying to get themselves a double play. Mullins with a .327 average in his career with the bases loaded. And the pitch to Mullins in the air. Hit out over towards right field. It'll stay in the ballpark. The runner from third will tag up. The ball is caught in foul ground. Beatty will score. And so Vientos tags up from second, goes over to third. That was actually Nimmo that scored, excuse me. But regardless, it's 3-2 Mets as they come back and take the lead in the top of the 4th. All right. Let's go back to the Dodgers. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Teoscar Hernandez. And Hernandez will foul the next pitch off. Action heavy so far in the early windows. It is 3-2 Mets. It's 8-6 Blue Jays. It is 4-2 Pirates. 3-0 Washington, and we have not even gone there yet because the Marlins have something cooking in the kitchen, and a 5-1 game out in Boston. Hernandez will tie the game up, or get himself an RBI single, that is, out over the center field to make it now a 4-3 deficit for the Dodgers. And the Reds are going to go to the top of the 3rd inning. It is an 8-6 ball game. Is 75 the over-under for all the 14 games tonight? I have no clue. But, man, a lot of scoring. That's insane. Let's go check up on the fish. Two foul ball. We're going to go triple diamond as we check up on the fish. And we check up on the Dodgers and the Mets. Luis Torrens is up for the Mets. And the 1-2 to him. He flies it out to right field. And that is gone. Off the foul pole. And the New York Mets get themselves a 3-run homer from Luis Torrens to put them up 6-2. Wow. Unbelievable. So the Mets are absolutely destroying the Tigers. It's a 6-2 ball game there. The Dodgers have Conforto up at the plate, the former Met. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs in the top of the 3rd inning for them. The 2-2 pitch to Conforto, swing and a miss. The Dodgers do get 1 run back, but they are going to head to the bottom of the 2nd inning. Bottom of the 3rd inning, that is. All right, let's go catch up on what you guys missed in that Marlins game. So it is now a 3-2 game. Connor Norby is the one who I believe got on with a 2-run single. Yes, it was. It was Connor Norby who got on with a 2-run single. He's now over at second base. He just advanced on a ground out. And so the Marlins will have their tying run in scoring position. Crazy stuff. Spaghetti is cooking. Thanks, Tigers. Figures what'll happen in the postseason. Tigers and Brewers, one and the same. Unbelievable. Red Sox also have a runner on over at second base. And Roman Anthony is up. Shall we go check up on him? I guess we can. We could also go to Heriberto Hernandez's at-bat for the Marlins, as they look to try to tie the game. Hernandez looks to the called strike. So he's down in the count 0-1. 3-2 Nationals. Connor Norby, who got on with a 2-run single, is now at second base. We'll check up on the Mets in a little bit. It is a 6-2 game out in Detroit. So the Marlins are looking to try to tie the game. No balls, 1 strike. Cavalli gets set at the letters. Or at the belt, that is. And the pitch is fouled off. For the Blue Jays, Davis Schneider is up. And the count is 0-2 to him. Of course, if they get a base runner, we'll check up on them. And don't forget about the Rays. They're now in the bottom of the 1st. Brian Wu is pitching. We also have the 7:40 games on right now. So they're in their early windows. Angels and Royals. And then you also got Cubs and Braves getting started as well. And then in 1 minute, the A's will take on the Cardinals, which, by the way, I got to get my phone out for that. I totally, completely forgot. Got to get the phone out for that and put that game on over here. Okay. So let's actually check up on those Blue Jays, because why not? There's 2 outs in the top of the 3rd. And nobody on. Well, we got to put the Cardinals game up over here. There it is. Okay. Subtitles, take that off. And now that's good to go. All right. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Andres Jimenez, and he just struck out. And so the Reds are coming back up as they go to the bottom of the 3rd inning. Okay. The Red Sox have a runner on over at second, and the count is 0-1 to Alex Bregman. And the 0-1 is taken outside for a ball. Schwarber's only 1 homer behind Rowley. Ooh, boy. That's wild. Here's the pitch. And that's taken for a called strike. Braves have a runner on over at first. The count is 2-2. Again, we will check up on them in just a little bit. We're going to refresh this page, because why not? This is where things get really, really hectic. We got to be careful with what we do here. Bottom of the fourth, 2 balls, 2 strikes to Alex Bregman. It's 0 for 2 today. Michael's here. What's going on? What's up, Michael? So happy to see you, my friend. 2-2 pitch to Bregman. Fly ball hit out over towards shallow left center field. Where is it? The shortstop gets under it, makes the catch. And that's Brian Rocchio. They're going to go to the top of the 5th. Phillies have an off day today. Let's go. Nice. Yes, they do. They do. Kershaw did get out of the inning. Just wanted to make sure that I mentioned that too. Where do we go now? We'll go back to the Mets game because why not? There's nothing else that's interesting that's on right now. The games that are still in their early stages don't really have any sort of traffic going on. So we're in the bottom of the 4th out in Detroit. It is 6-2 Mets, and the pitch. Fly ball hit out over towards center field, and that's going to stay in the ballpark. Mullins is there, and I'll make the catch for out number 1. No balls, 1 strike. We do have a little update going on. A yellow diamond zone update as Joe Adele did just single out to right center field. And so the Angels do have runners on at first and second, I believe. Just as a runner is on over at first. That should be first and second. It is. Logan O'Hoppe is up. So let's go check up on Logan O'Hoppe and see how he does. If anything happens in this Tigers game, we'll let you know. 1 ball, no strikes to Logan O'Hoppe as the Angels try to get on the board. Lorenzen comes set and throws it outside for ball 2. Phillies are off. JJ, how many games at once tonight? 5? Oh, it's more than that. There's everybody else plays except for the Phillies and the Brewers. 2-0 to O'Hoppe. That's a foul ball. It's 2 balls, 1 strike to him. We got a wild game going on in Cincinnati. A lot of scoring there. They were down 8-2 or 8-1, and they put up 5 runs in the bottom of the 2nd, including a 3-run shot by Austin Hayes. The Pirates were up 4-0, and then the Dodgers got back 3 runs. It's a 4-3 game there. All right, so O'Hoppe does get himself out. He grounded out, and they're going to go to the bottom of the 1st inning. All right. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. The Dodgers just tied the game. Andy Pages hits a solo home run for L.A. They were down 4-0. Bubba Chandler is pitching, and he just gave up the lead. He had the cushion, and it's now a 4-4 ball game. Bubba Chandler, of course, one of the highest prospects in all of baseball. Well, he gives up the lead to the Dodgers, and Pages goes yard. Mets and Tigers are going to the top of the 5th. Again, if you guys want to go support the other content creators out there, we do have PAS doing the Mets game. You can go subscribe to him and check him out. We got Max doing the full Yankees-Astros game tonight. You should go check him out for that. I believe CeeLo is doing the Braves game, so you can go watch him. Yeah. Then we got our national streamers, too. So, yeah, you can go check all of them out. We're just jumping around from game to game. If you guys have anybody in fantasy, this is a really good tool for you guys, for sure. It really is. All right, the Tampa Bay Rays have runners on over at 2nd and 3rd against the Mariners. Junior Caminero is up, and we're going to check up on him. Caminero, the count is 2-1. He has a .320 batting average, 20 home runs, and 47 RBI on the season. 2 balls, 1 strike. And here's the 2-1 pitch to Caminero. Ground ball, base hit out to left field. The Rays will at least get a run. And Junior Caminero delivers his 79th, I believe, RBI of the season. And so it's 1-0 Tampa Bay out in that ball game. Yandy Diaz scored a run, and Caminero drove him on in. So that'll put runners on at the corners. Pretty wild stuff. The Twins also did just get a run in their ball game, and they now lead it 1-0 too. How did they get their run? Well, they ended up getting on with an RBI single from Trevor Larnach. So that's what happened there. Oh, boy. Hit that thumbs up button and subscribe to the channel as well. How many games are on tonight at once? There's like 10 games on right now. It's unbelievable. CeeLo does have the night off. Okay. Bottom of the first. Runners at the corners out in Tampa Bay. And the pitch to Brandon Lau is taken for strike 1. That's Josh Lowe. Excuse me. No balls, 1 strike to Josh Lowe. And the 0-1 is up high for ball 1. James Wood just hit a 2-run home run for the Nationals. And he makes it a 5-2 game for Washington. He just hit that thing way out of here. Oh, my gosh. Back to this 1-2 count out in Tampa Bay. Josh Lowe in the box. Wu on the mound, and the 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss. He just got a piece of it, actually, and he stays alive. And so the count is 1-2. Mets have 2 outs in the top of the 5th inning out in Detroit. Here's the pitch. Ground ball hit over to second base. The throw to shortstop. There's 1. The throw to first. Not in time. Tampa Bay gets themselves another run. 2-0 Rays against the Seattle Mariners. And the Mariners really are trying to do everything they can to still be in the party for that 3rd wild card spot. And also potentially take over that AL West. They've been sliding. The Astros have not been doing well either. And so there's 2 outs in the bottom of the 1st. All right, let's update these again. So just to keep you updated, it's 6-2 Mets in the top of the 5th inning. It's 8-6 Toronto as they go to the top of the 4th. You got Dodgers and Pirates all tied up at 4 apiece. It was a 4-0 ball game. Bubba Chandler just gave up the lead. It's 5-2 Washington, 5-1 Boston, 2-0 Tampa Bay, 1-0 Minnesota, and the Braves and Cubs are scoreless. Angels and Royals are scoreless too. Royals actually have a runner on over at second. And then the Cubs have 2 outs in the bottom of the 1st. The Angels and Royals we just talked about, and the A's and the Cardinals are in the bottom of the 1st with 2 outs. A double play was just hit by Ivan Herrera. You're keeping up. You're following along. Let us know. Saw Dak earlier at the grocery store giving out turnovers, says Kevin. Oh, my gosh. I figured you were going to say. What about Dr. DeLay? Is he doing the Pirates game? I don't know. Is he doing the Pirates game tonight? If he is, then that's actually good to know. Mike, I missed you, man. Happy to see you on here. Oh, boy. All right. Vientos is up for the Mets. Where do we go? What do we do? Let's go check up on the Royals because they have a runner on over at second base. We'll see if they can score. Vinny Pasquantino is up. Bobby Witt Jr., I believe, did just strike out. If he did not, let me know. Here's the 1-0 to Vinny. That's a foul ball. Vinny this year with 28 home runs and 94 RBI. He's had a breakout year for the Kansas City Royals. Hasn't gotten a lot of talk. 1-1, swing and a miss. The guy that's pitching for the LA Angels is Farris. That's Mitch Farris. He's 24 years old. He's 6 feet 2 inches tall. Born in Charlotte, North Carolina. 1-2 strikes to Pasquantino. Royals trying to stay alive, too, in that wild card race. And the 1-2 is taken inside and high for ball 2. Bottom of the first. 1 away. The 2-2 pitch to Pasquantino. Line drive down the right field line. It's a foul ball. Marlins trail 5-2 to the Washington Nationals. James Wood homered in that game. Riley Adams had an RBI single. A lot of offense today so far. What is the over-under for all the games? Awesome, JJ. Dr. DeLay is on. I'm going over to give him a like. Dude, do it. Please do, for sure. All right. The pitch. That ball's flying out over towards left field. And the catch is made. The runner from second does tag up and head over to third. And so there's 2 outs in the bottom of the first. If we're not going to a game, that means that there's no action right now. Now, Springer is up for the Toronto Blue Jays. They do have a runner on over at first, but they have the lead. The count is 2-0 to him. Betts did get on with a single for the Dodgers in the top of the 5th. But the inning is over. So they go to the bottom of the, what does it say? End of the 4th. Oh, because they just started the top of the 5th. What are we talking about? So Mookie Betts got on with a single, and Freddie Freeman is up at the plate. Royals could not put up a run. They had a runner on over at second with nobody out. So we'll go to Freddie Freeman's at-bat. The pitch on the way. That's taken for a called strike 2. The Blue Jays just got themselves another couple of runs. And now lead it 10-6. There have been 16 runs in that game. George Springer just hit his second home run of the ball game. Are you kidding me? You've got to be nuts. That's insane. So Freeman is up, and he grounds it over towards the right side. The second baseman had it, threw it over to shortstop for 1, and threw it over to first for a 4-6-3 double play. Hedges sends one out to left field for the Guardians off a crochet. Goodbye, baseball. 5-2. The Guardians get themselves a run back in the top of the 6th inning. That game is starting to get into the later stages. out at Fenway Park. Okay. So with that, let's go back over to the Dodgers-Pirates game. Will Smith is up. He lines one out to center. It's caught. Inning over. And side retired. They're going to go to the bottom of the fifth. They're knotted up at 4 apiece. And so, with that, the Tigers, they're down by 4. It is 6-2 with 1 out and nobody on. We'll have to go here really quickly, unless something else happens. And there is. We got another Diamond Zone update. Andrew Benintendi just launched one out to right field for the White Sox, and they have tied up the ball game out in Minnesota 1-1. So Benintendi does go yard, the former Boston Red Sox, able to launch one out to right field. And he got a good extension on that swing of his. So 1-1 out in Minnesota. I'm sure not a lot of people are watching that game now, but did just have to keep you updated. Let's go over to the Athletics game. The A's are taking on the Cardinals. It's 2 balls, 1 strike to Lawrence Butler, and Butler takes strike 2. They do have a runner on over at second base. And the runner that's on at second is Shea Langeliers. And Langeliers did double. Miles Michaelis is pitching. The 2-2 pitch, that's low for ball 3. And so the count is 3-2. Pirates and Tigers. Pirates and Tigers and Bears. No, I'm kidding. 3 balls, 2 strikes to Lawrence Butler. The A's are trying to go up on top. And the 3-2 is fouled away. Guardians have Jose Ramirez coming up to the plate with a runner on over at first. 3 balls, 2 strikes to Lawrence Butler. We'll see if the A's can take the lead. And the payoff pitch is fouled away. We'll add in Jose Ramirez and see how he does. He just looked at a called strike on the inside corner. See if he can follow up with this. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Back to Lawrence Butler. The payoff pitch, fly ball, hit out over towards left center field. That's going back towards the track, and it's caught right in front of the wall. And Langeliers will jog back over to second. And with that, let's go back to Ramirez's at-bat really, really quickly. 1-1 to Jose, swing and a miss. Crochet with 69 pitches so far. Crochet that is. Well, it's been doing pretty good. Did give up 2 runs. Five and a third, 2 earned runs, no walks though, and 3 strikeouts. A's and Cardinals are done as they go to the top of the second, or bottom of the second, that is. Then we go back to the Guardians game. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Jose Ramirez, and the 2-2 swing and a miss. And Garrett Crochet will get his 4th strikeout of the ball game. Okay. Cubs and Braves are in the bottom of the second. They are scoreless. Twins and Sox are tied 1-1. You got the Angels and the Royals. They're scoreless too. Rays lead at 2-0 against the Seattle Mariners. The Twins, as we mentioned before, are tied 1-1. The Red Sox lead at 5-2. And David Fry is coming up, and that's where we'll stay. Nationals and Marlins are in the bottom of the fifth. It's 5-2 out in the nation's capital. It's 4-4 out in Pittsburgh. And it's now 10-6 out in Cincinnati. And also 6-2 in Detroit. The pitch to Fry. Fly ball hit out over towards the outfield. That ball is gone. It's a one-run ball game out in Fenway Park. David Fry just homered off of Garrett Crochet over the big green monster out in left field. And with that, Cleveland says we're not done. Unbelievable. A one-run ball game out in Boston. Kyle Manzardo just lined out to left field for the Guardians, and a nice sliding catch by Duran. He actually trapped it. He did not catch it, and so it's ruled as a single. Let's see again. Did he catch it? I think that bounced into the dirt first, into the turf out in left field. I was trying to sell the call, but I think that he trapped it. I do. So Cleveland's playoff hopes is still alive for sure. And with that, let's go back over to this Pittsburgh Pirates game. Again, they are tied 4-4. Reynolds just walked, and Kershaw is still pitching. Reds, by the way, do have a runner on over at first. We'll add them back to the mix, too. Tommy Pham is up for the Pittsburgh Pirates, and Pham takes high for ball one. The guy that's up for the Reds, that's Mlb Marte, who led off the bottom of the first with a double. Where is Marte? Where is the Reds? There it is. 0-2 pitch to Marte. Strike three called, and he's down looking. Back to Pham's at bat. 2 balls, no strikes. And the 2-0 pitch is taken for strike one. Jhonkensy Noel for the Guardians did just single. And that's going to put the tying run over at second base for Cleveland. So that also got interesting. 2-1 to Pham. Line drive, and that is caught by Clayton Kershaw. That hit him, and he got nicked up on the play. But he says, I'm good. I don't know how he caught it, but he did. And they're going to go to the top of the sixth. They are tied 4-4 out in Pittsburgh. What's up, Doug? I don't know how he caught that. It's pretty ridiculous. Let's go back to Boston because there's action here. The ball is 1 strike to Brian Rocchio. The pitch on the way. Fly ball hit out to left field. Cleveland takes the lead. Garrett Crochet unfolding. And that's the second homer that he's allowed in this inning alone. Seven to 5, right on cue. Brian Rocchio able to come through. What a swing. That was a 5-1 deficit that they had to overcome, and they lead at 7-5 in the top of the sixth. What a game. 35 runs, 10 homers. Is that even real? I feel like that there has to be more than 35 because there's 12 in Cleveland. That's insane. That can't be right because there's 12 there's 12 in Boston, and then there's 16 in Cincinnati. So that's already 28. That can't be right. The Mets have 8 runs. 6-2. 6 plus 2 is 8. This is 10 plus 6, which is 16. So 16 plus 8 is 20. This is 28. And then the Nationals and Marlins have 7, so that's 35. This is 12. That's 47. This is 49. This is 51. Oh, my gosh. Unbelievable. 51 runs scored today. 51. A lot of games. And also, by the way, Austin Hayes just got on with an RBI double down the left field line, so that makes it now 52 runs on the day as the runs just continue to add up, and it's now 10-7, and Elly De La Cruz is coming up. So, I believe it was Steer that scored all the way from first. This game is wild, too. Gavin Lux is actually due up. And the first pitch, he swings and misses at that one for strike 1. Lux 0 for 1 with a walk in the first. If Lux gets on here, the tying run would come up to the plate. And that's only in the bottom of the 4th. No balls, 1 strike. The pitch is down for a ball. It's at least 55. 52 runs, 10 homers. That's unbelievable. A squared plus B squared equals C squared. That's the Diamondzone Pythagorean theorem. 2-1 is the count to Gavin Lux. Can the Reds try to tie the game? We'll see. Red Sox are back up. They will be looking for redemption in their ball game. 3 balls, 1 strike to Gavin Lux. We do have another Diamondzone update. I don't know if anybody cares about this, if we have Twins fans that are out there, but the Twins did just take the lead and are now up 2-1 on a RBI single by Fitzgerald. The pitch, line drive, base it out to right field. That's going to go all the way over towards the wall. Hayes is rounding third. He'll come in to score. It's a 2-run deficit now for Cincinnati. That has just been an offensive, explosive game. Oh, by the way, Yoshida just got on with a double for Boston. And the tying run for them is coming up in the bottom of the 6th. Unreal. Also, too, the Mets are trying to add on more runs. Let's stick to the Cincinnati game. We're going to go double diamond out in Cincinnati and out in Boston to check up on both of those teams. We'll go to Boston first. Rafaela is up. And Rafaela sends one out to left, and we're tied within the blink of an eye. The Guardians make their punch, and Boston says, we got a response. Sedan Rafaela with a rocket hit out to left field, launched into outer space. All right, 1 ball, 2 strikes out in Cincinnati. Can you believe this? Haven't heard Yoshida's name in a while. 2 balls, 2 strikes in the bottom of the 4th. Sal Stewart is up for the Cincinnati Reds. And there's 2 away. So Rafaela ties up the game. There will be a pitching change out in Boston. And with that, we're going to go to the New York Mets game. I just dropped Sedan in fantasy, too. He was struggling. Of course, figures. You drop him and he hits a home run. I know the drill. I get it. It's so annoying. It's so frustrating. I had Rafaela too. I actually had, not Abraham Toro. Who was the guy? Christian Campbell. Starts off the season so strong, and then all of a sudden he goes ice cold for like the next 3 weeks. And Alejandro Kirk, I dropped him because I thought that he was a great catcher. He starts off cold. What do you know? I drop him. All of a sudden, it's a home run the very next day. Screw you, Alejandro Kirk. But also, we love you. 1 ball, 1 strike. That's to Francisco Lindor in the top of the 6th inning with 2 runners on and 2 outs. Okay. Lindor trying to add on to their lead. The pitch. There's a called strike. Yeah, dude, baseball is weird. It really is. It's such a bizarre sport, man. It's unbelievable. 1-2 is the count to Lindor. Paddock is pitching. Chris Paddock, that is. And the 1-2 to Lindor, swing and a miss. And so the Tigers still keep it a reasonable deficit, if you will. And they're going to go to the bottom of the 6th as Lindor strikes out. Boston is back on. We'll go check up on them very quickly. Reds are going to the top of the 5th. There's a lot of baseball left in that game. That's just been an offensive, explosive game. Here comes Carlos Narvaez. And Narvaez fouls off the first pitch out in Boston. We'll add in the Dodgers to the mix. The Dodgers are tied 4-4 in the top of the 6th inning. 2-0, ground ball hit over to second base. The throw over to first is in time, and there's out number 3. So the Dodgers, after overcoming a 4-0 deficit, they tied the game, but they can't get the lead. We have a Diamond Zone update out in St. Louis. All right, so a 1-0 ball game for the Athletics. They just took the lead. That game is in the top of the 3rd. Again, that's still early. Nick Kurtz did get an RBI double. If you have him in fantasy baseball, he just got you an RBI double. I believe he's now 2 for 2 today, if I'm not mistaken. Nope, he's 1 for 2. He's 1 for 2 because he grounded out in his first at-bat. Okay, back to Boston we go to check up on those Boston Red Sox. Actually, let's refresh the scoreboards really quickly. Yep. Let's refresh that. And also, I got to get the upper monitor ready for the Giants and the other West Coast games that are occurring tonight. So where are we going? Boston. Boston it is. Bottom of the 6th. And Eaton is up. 2 away. And the pitch. Fly ball. Hit out over towards the first base side in foul territory, but the catch will be made. And we are going to go to the top of the 7th, I believe. Okay. What else is going on throughout baseball? Still early there. Let's go to this Athletics Cardinals game. If you have Brent Rooker, he is up. Count is 1-0 to him. Miles Michaelis is pitching. 1 ball, no strikes to Brent Rooker, who's 30 for 121 with runners in scoring position. And he launches one out over towards left center field. And that's going to be playable, though, for Walker, or Vince Scott, that is, Victor Scott. And he'll make the catch. But Nick Kurtz does get an RBI double to put the A's up 1-0, and they will go to the bottom of the 3rd. I stand corrected on the Boston Red Sox game, so that ball actually hit the net before it was caught, and the batter who was up got on with a single. And Alex Bregman is due up at the plate. Again, apologies about that. So Bregman is coming up. We're watching a lot of games at once. It's a lot to keep up with, but it's fun. The pitch, line drive, leaping catch by Rocchio. And Bregman gets robbed on a base hit, and the inning is over. It's 7-7 as the Guardians and Sox go to the top of the 7th. They're tied up. Sedan Rafaela with a huge 2-run home run to tie up the knots. All right, the Royals and the Angels do have a runner on over at third with 2 outs. Looks like Rengifo did just strike out for L.A., the Angels, that is. Yankees and Astros are also underway. That game is in the bottom of the first, and a leadoff walk issued by Max Fried to Jeremy Pena. So let's go back over to Kansas City to check up on the Royals. A runner on at third, 2 outs. And the pitch is taken inside for ball 1. Yoan Moncada is up at the plate. The White Sox are also threatening to score, and Lenin Sosa is due up. 1-0 pitch, swing and a miss. How's everybody doing in the chat tonight so far, man? 60 runs, 11 homers. Insane. I like fantasy so I can keep up with players and their stats daily. It's awesome. Found some gems this year, like Pete Crow Armstrong, James Wood, and Kurtz. Dude, that's so awesome. That's so sick. Runs are slowing down. I guess so. They'll be picking back up. Don't you worry. Don't jinx it. Don't make me work harder, Kevin. What are you doing? Come on. He's like, I want JJ to work harder. This is boring. Don't make my job more difficult than it has to be. 2 balls, 1 strike to Moncada. And the pitch is outside for ball 3. To make it now a 3-1 count. Two outs, top of the third. Moncada swings and misses at a pitch that's inside. Tigers are down 6-2. That game is in the bottom of the 6th with 1 out and nobody on. They've just have not gotten the base runners on. If they did, we'd be going there. But there's a reason why we haven't been able to do it, guys. Next pitch, Moncada swings and misses. And they're going to go to the bottom of the 3rd. There have been traffic on the bases in that game. But they're still scoreless. All right, Sosa is up for the White Sox. How about we go check up on them? 2-1 to Sosa, foul ball. And so the count is 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. In the top of the 3rd, the tying runs at second. The go-ahead runs on over at first. Okay, I can put this game up over here. This game up here. And this game up here. Yes, that's better. The 2-2 to Sosa, foul ball, and it goes out of play. Milwaukee means the good land, says Keith. The Cubs do have something brewing, and so do the Rays. We're going to stick here, though, to the Chicago White Sox very quickly. 2 balls, 2 strikes in the top of the 3rd inning. White Sox do over the tying run over at second and the go-ahead run over at first. Woods, Richardson with the 2-2. Swing and a miss. And Sosa strikes out. And so they're going to go to the bottom of the 3rd inning there. We'll go check up on the Cubs as Kyle Tucker is up. And he will try to take the lead. Help the Cubs take the lead. And he fouls off the pitch towards the right side. The Reds are looking to try to tie the game back. They have their tying run up at the plate right now. One ball, one strike to Kyle Tucker. And the Cardinals have now runners over at the corners as Victor Scott II able to get on with a single. We also have the Dodgers, or the Pirates that is, with runners on at first and second as well with nobody out. Oh, the runs are slowing down. There you go. Make my job tougher. Let's go back over to Chicago and see if the Cubs can take the lead. One ball, two strikes. Juan Soto did just hit a solo homer for the New York Mets. And he puts them up 7-2 out in Detroit. So Juan Soto goes yard. It's a 7-2 ball game there. Big swing from him. How many home runs does he have now? He's got to have a lot. What's that, 37 for Juan Soto? Alonso homered earlier in the game. And he's due up 2. Trevino for the Reds did just strike out. And so there's one gone in the bottom of the 5th there. These are all the scores right now. It's 7-2 Mets. It's 10-8 Toronto. It's 4-4 out in Pittsburgh. It's 5-2 Washington. And here we go. The pitch to Tucker. Fly ball hit out over towards right field. Bye-bye baseball. Kyle Tucker able to lift the lid and put the Chicago Cubs up 3-zip. Goodbye. Yeah, she went the opposite way with it. Saw him rounding the bases, but he went Oppo Taco with it. Wow. We do have another update. I believe the Royals have a 1-0 lead on a sac fly hit by Vinny Pasquantino. So they got a run too as they go to the top of the 4th. Now with that, let's go back over to Pittsburgh and see if the Pirates can break the ice against the Dodgers. Spencer Horwitz in the box. Henriquez on the mound. And the pitch, ground ball hit over to first base. Freeman has it, throws it to second for 1. And that is all that they're going to get. The Mets did just get another run, and they now lead it 8-2. They're up 8-2 in that ball game in the top of the 7th as Pete Alonso hit his second home run of the ball game. So they lead it by 6. That just went over the glove of Riley Green. He tried to bring it back in, could not do so. And they lead it by 6 runs. The Dodgers have runners on over at first and third. Meanwhile, the Reds now have runners over at first and second with 1 out in the bottom of the 5th. And they're back and forth ball game. Unreal. More runs. Here's the pitch to Davis. Swinging on a foul ball. We're going to go double diamond here. So we got Davis up for the Pittsburgh Pirates and TJ Fradel up for the Cincinnati Reds. Bottom of the fifth, one away. No balls, one strike to TJ Friedl. The Mets, by the way, still have nobody out. They're still threatening. The 0-1 to Friedl. That's down for a ball. The windup and the pitch to Davis. Line drive, base it out to right field. The Pirates are going to go back up 5-4. It's an RBI opposite field single by Henry Davis, and the Pirates retake the lead. Henry Davis made solid contact with that baseball and just drilled it out towards the 4-3 hole into no man's land. Chisholm sends one out to right field. Bye-bye baseball out in Houston. 2-0 Yankees in the top of the second inning out at the former Astrodome. That was off of Framber Valdez. Dodgers and Pirates do have a pitching change. And with that, we go back to Cincinnati out at Great American Ballpark. TJ Friedl in the box. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Friedl. The pitch, fly ball hit out to left center field. That's caught for out number 2. And so there are 2 outs in the bottom of the 5th inning. 2 away there. And Mlb Marte is due up. We're just going to focus on this game. It's still 7-7 out in Boston. That game is still tied as well. So Jazz puts the Yankees up 2-0 as he goes yard, and it's a home run. The tying run for Cincinnati over at first. And Mlb Marte fouls off the first pitch that he sees from Eric Lauer. We'll go to Trevor Story, who is also up for the Boston Red Sox, as he has been a hitting machine as well. Story did just get on with a single. And by the way, Josh Naylor, was it Naylor that homered? Rodriguez sends one out to right field, and that ball is gone. Back-to-back homers for the Seattle Mariners. They just hit 2 solo homers in a row and now make it 2-2 out in Tampa Bay. So the first homer was from Cal Raleigh himself. That's now 51 homers for Cal, and he goes back-to-back with Julio Rodriguez. And now Josh Naylor is due up. Wow. So Raleigh homered. Rodriguez went back-to-back with him. And we're tied 2-2. That is out in Tampa Bay. We'll go back to Cincinnati and check up on the Reds. 3 balls, 1 strike to Mlb Marte. The 3-1, swinging a foul ball. Three balls, 2 strikes in the bottom of the 5th. The Mets did just get 2 more runs, and finally, Cedric Mullins grounds into a fielder's choice, and there's the first out of the inning there. It's now 10-2 Mets. 10 runs scored for them. 3 balls, 2 strikes to Mlb Marte. And the payoff pitch to Marte, he fouls it off. Their other 2 runs that they got were from a 2-run single from Jeff McNeil. So McNeil has had himself a great day. McNeil's 3 for 4. Nimmo's 3 for 4. Alonso is 2 for 4 in that game. And Juan Soto 1 for 3 with a solo home run. 3 balls, 2 strikes. And the payoff pitch, another foul ball from Marte. And he continues to battle. It's also 2 balls, 2 strikes to Rob Refsnyder. They'll make a toss back over to first, and that is not in time. Three balls, 2 strikes to Marte. And here's the payoff pitch. Fly ball hit out over towards right field. That's going back over towards the track, and it's caught right in front of the wall. Marte took it for a ride. It was just not deep enough. And so, top of the 6th coming up out in Cincinnati. We'll see how things go there. Let's go back to the Pirates-Dodgers game. Pirates are trying to add on to their lead. The 1-2 pitch, fly ball hit out to left center field, and that's going to get down for a base hit for Pittsburgh. They'll have another run score. Another runner's being waved home right behind them. The throw's not in time. It's 7-4 Pittsburgh. A 2-run double by Jared Triolo off of Blake Trinan. And it's a 3-run lead for the Bucs. And by the way, the Cubs did just get another run too, as they lead it 4-0 in the bottom of the 3rd. Ian Happ got on with an RBI infield single. You guys keeping up? Unreal. Beatty will hit an RBI single out to right field. The throw is not in time over to third base, and it's now 11-2 Mets. 11-2 Mets, and they are pouring their hearts and souls out against those Detroit Tigers. They're going to go back over to the phones. The Mariners did get another run and now lead it 3-2. How did they get their 3rd run, JJ? Really good question. They're going to the bottom of the 4th. Jorge Polanco homered. So 3 solo homers in that inning for the Mariners. Cal Raleigh homered. Julio Rodriguez went back-to-back with him. And after Naylor got out, Jorge Polanco hit a solo home run. And they lead it 3-2. Gonzalez just struck out. And the inning is over out in Pittsburgh. It's 7-4 Bucs as they go to the top of the 7th inning. The Mets will get a sac fly from Francisco Lindor and now lead it 12-2 as Torrens scores all the way from third base. It's a 10-run lead for the Mets. So we're going to have to refresh our pages. The Giants and Rockies are also underway. That game is in the top of the 1st. I told you this was going to be a very action-packed night for sure. We're 2 hours and 20 minutes into Diamond Zone. 12-2 Mets. Soto is up for them again. 10-8 Blue Jays. 7-4 Pirates. 5-2 Nationals. All right, 7-7 Boston and Cleveland. 3-2 Seattle. 4-0 Cubs. 2-1 Twins. 1-0 Angels. And 1-0 Athletics. 2-0 Yankees. And a scoreless game out at Coors Field. That's what's going on tonight. Unreal. 78 runs, 15 home runs. Detroit will come back. Damn, the Mets are still hitting. Are you surprised with how much we're able to keep up with this? I'm actually kind of shocked. I wanted to do a full experience, and tonight we got lucky, and we did. This is like the full, like, Monday, Tuesday, Friday experience of baseball for Diamond Zone if we did this as our full-time job instead of just doing the Phillies. It's pretty wild. I still like it when the games are spread. Obviously, it's easier to do it that way, but this is kind of cool too. I really wanted to try it out to see how it would go. But I still think it works. I do. I still do think it works. That's an 80-win team, dag. 12-2, and a pitch and change going on out in Detroit. So they're still not done yet. All right, we will go to the Dodgers game because they currently trail by 3 runs in the top of the 7th inning. Olsen just went on over to third base and got on with a stand-up triple for the Atlanta Braves. Miguel Rojas will lead off with a single in the top of the 7th for the Dodgers, and Ohtani is coming back up to the plate. Diamond Zone is great so far tonight, JJ. Thank you so much. JJ's doing the full Monty on Diamond Zone. I don't even know how we're able to keep up with it, to be honest with you. Top of the 7th, here's Ohtani at the plate. And Ohtani fouls off the first pitch. We're just going to stick to this Dodgers game right now. Ohtani homered his last time up. And we're going to add the Minnesota Twins game into this. They have bases loaded with nobody out in the bottom of the 4th. Here's the pitch to Ohtani. That's taken outside for ball 1. Marlins and Nationals are on. The Marlins are down by 3, but as they're in the top of the 8th, you know, the Marlins just they're pretty much out of this wild card race, it looks like right now. So not really much significance in that game. If you do have Agustin Ramirez, he is up at the plate. The count is 3-2 to him, and he just fouled off the next pitch. Ohtani in the box. 1 ball, 2 strikes to him. Madison gets set at the belt. Kicks, fires, and Ohtani launches it out over towards left center field, and that's going to get down for a single. And so the Dodgers will have their tying run come up to the plate. Ohtani gets on with a double, and the Dodgers are still not done yet. The Braves got themselves a run. It's a 4-1 deficit for them. And Matt Olson scored on a wild pitch. That's how they got their run. All right, so back to the Dodgers game we go. We're just going to focus on these later window games. If anything else happens in these early games, we will let you know. The Giants did just take a 2-0 lead. They just scored in the top of the 1st. Rafael Devers hit a 2-run home run out of Coors Field. So that's what we have there. Here comes Mookie Betts to the plate. With runners on at 2nd and 3rd. The count is 0-2 to Mookie. Ohtani at 2nd. Rojas at 3rd. The pitch, ground ball, hit over to shortstop. The throw over to 1st in time. However, Ohtani does go over to 3rd. Rojas scores. It's a 2-run deficit for the Dodgers. Albie sends one out to left field. Goodbye, baseball. 4-2. Atlanta down by 2. Back to the Dodgers game we go. The Dodgers trail by 2 runs. They could get a sac fly to make it a 1-run deficit. And Freeman is up. One ball, no strikes to Freddie Freeman. The pitch. And that's fouled away. Sorry about that. Oh and 2. 1-1 is the count to Freddie Freeman. 1 ball, 1 strike to him, and the pitch fouled off over towards the third base side. Giants are not wasting any time. No. Soto can go for the toilet cycle for all I care. So the tying run up at the plate for the Dodgers. The 1-2 to Freeman, and it's fouled away. The Guardians get themselves the go-ahead run up over at first base. Jhonkensy Noel with a 3-hit ball game out at Fenway Park. Pitch to Freeman, ground ball knocked down by the pitcher, and so the runner will get caught into a rundown. And Ohtani doesn't know what to do. He goes to home plate, but he's tagged out by the third baseman. That throw from the catcher was almost overthrown. And so there's 2 outs, but the batter goes over to second base. That was terrible base running there. Ohtani thought that he'd be able to score, and he almost escaped that rundown. Okay, we'll go back to Boston and check up on those Sox as the Guardians are on. Guardians have a runner on over at first with 2 outs. And Brian Rocchio is in the box. The pitch. There's a called strike. How many home runs do we have? I mean, this is insane. Absolutely wild. Braves also have their tying run up at the plate. That's Michael Harris. Will Smith is up for the Dodgers. He's down in the count 0-2. No balls, 2 strikes to Will Smith. Can he get on? The 0-2 is outside for a ball. And Rocchio's 0-2 is inside, I believe. Or did he just foul it off? He did. He just fouled it off. One ball, 2 strikes to Will Smith. And no balls, 2 strikes to Brian Rocchio. The 0-2 pitch. Ground ball. Hit back up the middle. Second baseman has it. Takes it to the bag. And we're going to the bottom of the 8th out in Boston. Smith with a swing and a miss. And so the Dodgers do get 1 run back. And they're going to go to the bottom of the 7th. As they trail 7-5. Let's go to this Atlanta Braves game because they have their tying run up at the plate right now. And that is Ha-Seong Kim. They just picked him up. He was dropped by the Tampa Bay Rays. And so there's 1 out in the top of the 4th. What the heck is going on out in Colorado? I feel like that they've been stuck in the same spot for a while. I had to refresh the page. Nope. Nothing to it. Again, folks, hit the thumbs up button, hit that subscribe button as well, and turn on the notification bell icons too, and that way you will know when we do go live. Dodgers plus 360 money line. See, isn't this a really good way for, people that are into making picks and stuff? I feel like it's such a really, really good thing for all of you people. I really do. I feel like that is such a win-win situation. I just feel that way. We get to update and react to things in real time. We have a Diamond Zone update out in Minnesota. The White Sox did just tie it back 3-3 thanks to an RBI double that was hit by Ramos. So Ramos got an RBI double, a 2-run double that is. Baldwin scored, and so did Robertson. So good job by that is Brian Ramos for him to get his first 2 RBI of his career. I believe that's also his first hit of the season. Yeah, that's his first 2 RBI of his career. He played it last year, but this was his first game that he's played this year. So he gets himself a 2-run double. Dodgers also got a run back. And they now trail 7-6 in the top of the 7th inning. They ended up getting an RBI single from Will Smith. We'll see what they decide to do. So the White Sox are going to try to take the lead. Braves and Cubs, I believe, are going to the bottom of the 4th now. All right, let's go back to this White Sox game. It's 3-3 in the top of the 5th with 1 away and a runner on over at 3rd. Kyle Teel is due up. So 1 out, and the go-ahead run is now 90 feet away from scoring. The Reds are down 10-8. Masataka Yoshida in the Boston Red Sox game got on, and he is a pinch runner for him over at first. And Ceddanne Rafaela is coming up. So we're going to stick to these games because these ones are in the later stages. If anything happens with the White Sox-Twins game, we'll let you know. By these games, I mean Boston versus Cleveland and Pittsburgh versus the Dodgers. Speaking of the Dodgers game, well, Hernandez, Teoscar just grounded out, and the inning is over. They've been keeping their distance, the Pirates, and then the Dodgers find a way to come back within striking distance. They just can't get over that hump. So the Red Sox are up, and the ball is popped up over towards shallow center field. That's dropped by the second baseman. The throw over to second, though, is in plenty of time, and so the infield fly rule is applied. There's out number 1. Make sure you guys hit the thumbs up button and hit that subscribe button as well. Watch the Dan hit another home run. If you guys have any other friends that are into baseball like this, tell them about our channel. Because I don't think anybody else on here does anything like this. It's pretty cool. Carlos Narvaez is due up, and he takes ball 1 up high. 1 ball, no strikes. Bottom of the 8th, 1 out. The toss back over to first. That is not in time. Rafaela with 19 steals on 24 attempts. Are the Giants really still in the top of the 1st inning? Is it still 2-0 there? Yeah, it is. The pitch, fly ball, hit out over towards right field. Dalton Varsho goes deep for Toronto. 11-8. Blue Jays out in front by now 3 runs. Whoever has Varsho, he just homered for you. And he just helped you out big time. All right. There's 2 outs in Boston with a runner on over at first. And before a pitch will be thrown to Eaton, Hunter Gaddis is going to come on out of the game. So he's done. Nationals are threatening with runners on over at first and second, but they lead it 5-2. Mets are up 12-2 against the Detroit Tigers. Pete Alonso has 2 homers in that game. Juan Soto has also homered. Jeff McNeil has 3 RBI. There have been a lot of offensive plays from the New York Mets. And we'll flip back over to all the other games that are on. We got Nationals and Marlins 5-2. We got a 7-7 ball game out in Boston. We got a 3-2 lead in the bottom of the 5th out in Tampa Bay. A 4-2 ball game in the bottom of the 4th out in Chicago. That score would be the same if the Browns went against the Jets. That was a good one. I got to give you that. That was a good one. 2-0 Yankees, bottom of the 3rd. That was actually a serious laugh, too, from me. That was. There are currently 12 games on right now. 12 games, guys. There's 2 that haven't been played and 1 that won't be played. 12 games we got going on. Which of the 12 do we go to? I'm bored. Just kidding. Absolutely just kidding. Tommy Pham is up for the Pittsburgh Pirates. Shall we go to him? I don't know. Let's go back to Boston. Okay, Boston has their go-ahead runner over at first. In the bottom of the 8th with 2 away. Eaton comes up and he fouls off the first pitch. That's thrown to him by Smith. I believe that's Cade Smith. No balls, 1 strike. And the wind-up and the pitch. There's strike 2 at the knees. The Angels have not talked about them in a while. They're down 1-0 to the Kansas City Royals. I don't know what happened in that Giants-Rockies game, but they are still in the top of the 1st. And it's only a 2-0 ball game. No balls, 2 strikes to Eaton in the bottom of the 8th inning. And the 0-2 is up high for a ball. So that makes the count 1-2. Charge! We'll go back to the Reds game because they're looking to try to get some redemption as that game is starting to get into the later stages too. But first, the next pitch in the Boston game, line drive base hit out to center field. And the go-ahead run is 90 feet away from scoring as Eaton is able to get on with an opposite field single. Also, the Astros are threatening to score. We got a yellow diamond zone alert out there. If they do so, we will certainly let you know. So with that, runners at the corners out in Boston. And let's go to the bottom of the 7th inning out in Cincinnati to check up on those Reds. Stewart is up, and the pitch is fouled away. Excuse. Dave Roberts is going to go out there to make a move as he takes Michael Kopech out of the game out in Pittsburgh. So they have a pitching change. They'll be back in a few. Bottom of the 8th out in Boston. Alex Bregman is up. The pitch, it's high for a ball. That was a fastball that was above the zone. Bregman 0 for 4 if you have him in fantasy, with 2 lineouts, a flyout, and a pop-out. Here's the 1-0 to Bregman. Ground ball over to third base. Backhanded by Ramirez. The throw to first. He is safe at first base. And Boston takes the lead 8-7. What a baseball game out at Fenway Park. That's been back and forth. And Ramirez did everything that he could. He gave it all his power and just could not get the out at first. That was a tough play for him. All right. Bregman just beat it out. And with that, also the Braves are now down by 1 run. I think we missed how they got their third run. I think we ended up missing that. I could be wrong, though. Eli White just hit a solo home run in the top of the 5th inning. It just happened. So that's what occurred. It is 4-3 Cubs as they take on the Braves. The pitch, there's a fly ball hit out over towards left field by Murphy. It's just warning track power, though, and the catch is made. He just missed it. All right, back over to Boston as the Red Sox try to extend their lead. We'll see what occurs there. We have a Cabrian Hayes update for the Cincinnati Reds. He just singled out to left field. All right, here comes Jarren Duran to the plate. First pitch, line drive, base it out to right field. Another run will score for Boston. And Duran gets on with an RBI double, and Trevor Story's coming up to the plate. It's now 9-7 Sox. Duran just continues to be scorching red hot. He launched a missile out to right and did not miss a beat on it. Get to fair all the way. Meanwhile, the Pirates did just get a double. Oh, boy. So they have runners over at second and third. O'Neal Cruz is up, and he grounds one over towards the mound. The throw to first is in time. The runner from third scores. It's 8-6 Pittsburgh. Oof, I did not mean to play that. The Red Sox also just got themselves another 2 runs on a 2-run double by Story. And Stephen Vogt is going to go out there and say goodbye to his pitcher. So Story opens the game wide open for Boston. It's 11-7 Sox. It's 8-6 Pirates. It's also 11-8 out in Cincinnati. Pittsburgh really showing a lot of grit today for sure. And also the Marlins are down to their final 3 outs. I mean, just a lot of good baseball. Have not even gotten really over to that Cubs-Braves game, but that's a 4-3 game so far. These 7:45 games have really not been interesting. All the 6:40 games have really taken the cake. We'll see if the Pirates can add on to their lead again. 8-7 for them, or 8-6 in the bottom of the 7th. Ay, tongue twisters all around. The pitch is outside for a ball. JJ, I can't keep up with all the runs. I think that we have over 100 runs today. I do. I think that is an absurd amount of runs. The pitch. There's a swing and a miss. And Horowitz is down on strikes. But the damage is done. And the Dodgers will go to the top of the 8th inning. They're down by 2. It's 8-6 when they return. Ivan Herrera lifts this one out to left field for the Cardinals. And that ball is crushed. It's 2-1 St. Louis. So St. Louis able to get their first 2 runs of the ball game. And they are up 2-1. Got to keep the TV fresh. Yes, we do. That's a lot of home runs. We'll have to, at the end of the night, we'll make sure that we count everything up. I mean, again, this is what happens when all 14 games are occurring at the same time. This is really 12 of the 14. But still. The final 2 games will occur at 9:40. Is there 3 or 2, actually? There's 2, I believe. Yep, there's 2. There's Orioles-Padres at 9:40. And then you got Rangers and Diamondbacks. BW will have you covered for the Orioles game. Guys, you know, if you guys want to go see a full coverage of a baseball game, make sure that you guys go check BW. He'll be doing the Orioles game tonight. You should go check him out for that. I know that, you know, like the one cool thing about RedZone is that, yeah, you can go back to Scott Hansen if you're playing fantasy baseball, but if you like want to tune on into the full games, if the game's on Fox, guess what? I'm going to go to Fox and I'm going to go watch that Eagles game. You guys should definitely go over to BW's channel to go tune on into that baseball game. It's the same idea. It's the same philosophy, and he does an awesome job as well. So drop your link down below, my friend. Drop today's link, and have a good stream tonight, my friend. All right, it is the Dodgers are back on, and so we'll go back there. The Dodgers are down by 2 runs. Michael Conforto is up at the plate, and Conforto takes ball 1. They tried to see if he went around, and he did not go. By the way, the White Sox are threatening the score. They have runners over at 2nd and 3rd. 10 of the 12 games on right now as we are hitting our stride with baseball. 2 balls, 1 strike. That's to Michael Conforto here in the top of the 8th inning. An action-packed day for JJ. 2-1 pitch to Conforto, and that's on the outside edge for strike 2. 12-2. I'm just trying to do the calculations in my head. Just from the 6 o'clock games alone, there have been a total of 46 plus 19. That is 65. There have been a total of just 72 runs within the 640 games. It's unbelievable. That is so absurd. The Guardians are in the top of the 9th. And it's 1 ball, no strikes. Junior Caminero is having a crazy year for how young he is. He's been really strong. The A's are also trying to tie it back. They're down 2-1 against the St. Louis Cardinals. That should be interesting. Yes, it should be. Cheers, BW. Cheers. L'chaim. All right. 1 out in Boston as they start off the top of the 9th inning over there. Let's go to these 9th innings for the ends of the first pair of games. Here's the 3-2 to Hernandez. Fly ball hit out to center field. That's caught for out number 2. Jose Ferrer is pitching for the Washington Nationals, and he's 1 out away from getting the save out in D.C. We'll see how he does. And also there's 1 out in the 9th inning out in Boston. The pitch, there's a fly ball hit out over towards right center field, and the catch will be made for out number 2 out in Boston. And so the Guardians are down to their final out, and the Marlins are down to their final out too. Before Wagaman's at bat, there will be a timeout taken. 103-run Runs, homers, it's just insane. There has to be over 100. Has to be over 100. Here comes Stephen Kwan to the plate. And Kwan takes strike one. We're going to go double diamond to see how the Nationals-Marlins game ends and if Ferrer can just get the save. Here's the 0-1 back over to Cleveland. That's outside for a ball. The 1-1 to Kwan. Foul ball. And it goes out of play. One ball, two strikes. To Stephen Kwan. And 1 ball, 2 strikes to Eric Wagaman. Pitch to Kwan. It's outside for ball 2. White Sox did just take the lead. They were tied 3-3, and they now lead at 5-3 thanks to an RBI single from Benintendi and from Baldwin as well. The 1-2 to Wagaman. He went around, and the ball game is over. And so 1 game down. That's out in Washington, D.C. Let's go back to Boston. The pitch to Kwan. Line drive caught, and there's 2 ball games that are over. So the Boston Red Sox, they come back and beat Cleveland by a score of 11-7. Oh, by the way, did Dominguez just get tossed? Somebody got tossed in that Yankees game. So the Marlins and Nationals game are done. And so is the Cleveland-Boston game. So with that, we'll put this game here. We'll put this game here. And up here, we got what? We'll put the Giants game up here. Just got to maneuver things around. All right, so we can get rid of the Atlanta game down here. We can put the Giants game here. And then over here, we could put the whatchamacallit game. We'll put the Baltimore game up here. Okay. So then up here, we get rid of this guy. And we get rid of this guy. This guy. Okay. Nice. All right, we're all resituated. It's nice. Very, very good. By the way, the Tigers are in the bottom of the 9th over there, and there's 1 out and an 0-1 count. They trail, though, by 10. So once that game is official, we'll just let you know. Rays and Mariners are tied up 3-3. That's in the bottom of the 6th. Christopher Morel is up, and he looks at strike 1. Which game is this? I don't even remember which. Oh, that's the Pirates game. Duh. All right. The ball is 1 strike to Christopher Morel. Oh, we got to change our scoreboard. Sorry about that. We'll change the scoreboard. We'll update this. Nice. It's a lot. A lot of scores. A lot of games to keep up with. All right, no balls, 2 strikes. And the pitch to Morel. That's down for a ball. It's 1 ball, 2 strikes. White Sox trying to add on to their lead as they lead at 5-3 in the top of the 6th with 1 away and the count is full. Mariners with the 1-2 pitch to them. That is outside for ball 2. In the White Sox game, the batter did go, and so there's 2 outs. So it's a 5-3 game. Those Padres, baby. All the early games are high scores and the rest are really low. Coincidence? Dude, it doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense. It's insane. It's absolutely wild to me. Okay, where do we go? 3-2 pitch. That's outside for ball 4. Bases loaded for the Tampa Bay Rays. Unreal. We're going to have a pitching change in the bottom of the 6th inning down in Tampa Bay. Mike Tauchman did just ground out over towards the mound, and the inning is over. So the White Sox, they do get themselves 2 more runs to get the lead 5-3. However, they're going to go to the bottom half of their 6th inning, I believe. Yes, it is the bottom of the 6th there. And with that, let's go over to Cincinnati to check up on those Reds. It is 11-8 in the bottom of the 8th inning. The Tigers did just get a run. They actually got 2 runs in the bottom of the 9th inning. Justin Henry Malloy had an RBI double, and Wencio Perez had a ground rule double. So that's just a 12-4 game in the bottom of the 9th inning. We're sticking to the Cincinnati game. It's 2 balls, 2 strikes in the bottom of the 8th. Matt McLean, who homered earlier, is up. And he fouls off the pitch back over towards the screen. 2-2 is the count. The Angels are also trying to add on to their lead as well. Oswald Peraza is due up. McKinstry gets on with an RBI single, and this has gotten somewhat interesting out in Detroit. They've put up 3 runs in the bottom of their 9th inning, and they don't think that they're done. Still plenty of... They still have a lot left to go, of course. The pitch, there's a ground ball. That's hit over to first base, and Friedl grounds out. There's 1 gone in the bottom of the 8th. Out in Cincinnati. Friedl will take ball 1. As he is ahead in the count 1-0. Peraza's pitch, line drive, base hit down the right field line for the Angels. 1 run will score. It is 3-1 LA out at Kauffman Stadium. The Angels do get an insurance run. That's off of Schneider. The pitch to Friedl, fly ball hit out over towards the outfield, and that ball is gone. It's a 2-run ball game out in Cincinnati. How about TJ Friedl with a solo bomb out to right field? 11-9. That's just ridiculous. And now Mlb Marte is due up for them. And the pitch to him, swing and a miss. The Tampa Bay Rays just took the lead and now lead it 4-3 against the Seattle Mariners. Another Diamond Zone update there. Gray got a sac fly in the bottom of the 6th inning. Caminero also went yard 2 to tie it up 3-3 at the time. The pitch, that's a wild pitch, and a run will score for the Angels, and they now lead it 4-1. Meanwhile, the tying run is coming up to the plate for the Cincinnati Reds as Marte doubles out over towards left field, and this game is not done either. It's a lot to keep up with, but we're doing it. Unbelievable. Using a lot of filler words tonight, but it is what it is. Ronnie Stanek just gave up another hit for the New York Mets, and they still have one out in the bottom of the ninth inning out in Detroit. Elly De La Cruz will be the next man up for the Cincinnati Reds. He will be the tying run. The 0-1 offering, and that's low for a ball. Tigers are now down to their final outs. One ball, one strike to Elly De La Cruz. The pitch. That's outside. Gonzalez sends one out to center field for the Pirates, and that's going to get down for a base hit. And so it's now 9-6. 9-6 Pittsburgh. That's a tongue twister. Nick Gonzalez with an RBI single out over to left center. And they go up by 3 in the bottom of the 8th. The 2-2 to Elly. Swinging a ground ball. Diving stop by the first baseman. Throw over to first is in time. The runner from second will advance on over to third base. And there are 2 outs in the bottom of the 8th inning. Hit that thumbs up button and subscribe, folks. Runs number 105. The Reese's shirt is as close to an O shirt and I'm going to get from JJ. Baltimore will win tonight. Let's go. Sorry, I have not been able to keep up with chat. It's pretty unbelievable. It's a lot to keep up with. Austin Hayes will be the tying run for Cincinnati. Bottom of the 8th, no balls, 1 strike. And 2 away. The 0-1, swing and a miss. It's no balls, 2 strikes. Dodgers trying to get out of the bottom of the 8th inning in Pittsburgh. It's 9-6 there. Thank you very much for the Ray Givanoots. Very nice. Hopefully you're doing well, my friend. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Austin Hayes. Bottom of the 8th, 2 outs. Also, the A's are in the top of the 8th inning, and they trail by 1. We will add them into the picture right now as Hayes just struck out. And so there is out number 3. There's a fly ball hit out to center field by Reynolds, but that's caught. And the Dodgers are going to the top of the 9th inning. All right, so let's go check up on the Athletics. They're down by a run. 3-2 pitch to Kurtz, and that's a called strike 3 on the outside corner. Nick Kurtz just struck out looking. That is over 100 runs. Pretty wild. We have over 100 runs. Eugenio Suarez is also up for the Seattle Mariners as they also trail They're down 4-3, though. 2 outs, top of the 8th. Swanson pitching against Jacob Wilson. And the pitch is taken for a ball. The Mets won. That ball game is over. And with that, we can put the Rangers game up on the iPad. And that is it for using the extra monitor. Okay, so the extra monitor is done. That means that I could also get rid of the HDMI cord. So we can unplug this guy and say goodbye to that. Yeah. So now we're up to 4 screens, or 5 screens, that is. All right. The tying run just got on for the Athletics. So there's 2 outs in the top of the 8th inning. And they will put a pinch runner over at first base for them. Looks like Wallner just hit a solo home run for the Twins. Unless that's a replay. That is a replay. That's a replay. 2 gone, top of the 8th. Brenton Rooker is up, and he lines the pitch foul and out of play. We're going to go double diamond. We'll add on in the Seattle Mariners to the mix. They're down 4-3. The count is 3-1 to Jorge Polanco, and the pitch is swung on and missed. So in the Athletics game, it's 2-1. They're in the top of the 8th. 0-1 is down low and away for a ball. Dodgers are starting off the top of the 9th inning. We'll add them to the mix too. Now things are starting to pick up again. Rojas is up. 1 ball, 1 strike. Out in St. Louis. The pitch. Foul ball. We have a base hit by Jorge Polanco, and that's going to put the tying run over at second base for the Seattle Mariners. By the way, Rojas for the Dodgers just got on with a leadoff walk. Dennis Santana is on the mound to try to close the deal, and Shohei Ohtani is due up at the plate. We're ready to lock in. Ohtani is up. We have a timeout taken out in Tampa Bay. And we have a commercial going on in St. Louis. There's a pitch and change, I believe. Or Rooker did just get out. Rooker must have gotten out. So they're going to go to the bottom of the 8th. Ohtani in the box. The pitch. That's outside for a ball. Up next for the Seattle Mariners is Luke Raley. Raley will show Bunny, takes it back. The pitch is outside. 1 ball, no strikes. The pitch to Ohtani. A foul ball. It's 1 ball, 1 strike. Lenyn Sosa hits a solo homer for the White Sox. And they go up 7-3. They have a 7-3 lead out in Minnesota. Mariners now have runners on over at second and third as the sacrifice bunt is complete. The pitch to Shohei Ohtani. Line drive, base hit over to left field. And it's now a 2-run ball game as Shohei Ohtani gets on with an RBI double. And there's still nobody out in the top of the 9th inning. Ohtani gets on with a double. It's 9-7. Where did that thing go? It went out over towards left center. O'Neal Cruz could not make the catch as he tried to slam on into that wall. And he just could not get there in time. And with that, we will stick to the double box. We will certainly do that. Here comes Mookie Betts to the plate. And the pitch is inside for a ball. We will actually add in the Yankees to the mix, because the Yankees at bases loaded in the top of the fifth against Framber Valdez. It's a 2-0 game, New York, thanks to a 2-run homer by Jazz Chisholm Jr. So we go triple box. Mariners and Rays. You got the Yankees on. Yankees and Astros. And then you also have Dodgers and Pirates. Pitch on the way. Fly ball hit out over towards left field. And that's going to be caught. And Mookie Betts is retired. There's out number 1 in the 9th inning. So 1 gone there. Cubs are also trying to add on to their lead. We'll let you know if they do that. Here's a huge pitch to Giancarlo Stanton. And it's chopped foul. Freeman comes up for the Dodgers. It's also 2 balls, 2 strikes in the count. Over to J.P. Crawford. And Crawford takes outside for ball 3. Freeman's first pitch. Fly ball hit out over towards center field. And that's going to be caught for out number 2. And the Dodgers are down to their final outs. The pitch to Stanton. That's outside for ball 1. Momentum is starting to heat up again. It's all up to Will Smith. Bases now loaded for Seattle. And they have runners at every single base. Let's see how this Dodgers game ends. The pitch, strike 1 to Will Smith. No balls, 1 strike to Smith. In the top of the 9th. The pitch on the way, foul ball. And the Dodgers are down to their final strike. The 3-2 to Stanton. Strike 3 called. Out number 2 in the top of the 5th. And Valdez able to get out of that at-bat alive. The pitch to Smith. Fly ball hit out over towards deep right field. And that ball is caught right in front of the wall. Dennis Santana, it got dicey at the end, but he hangs on, gets the save, and the Pittsburgh Pirates are able to win against the Dodgers by a final score of 9-7. If you can believe that, that is awfully impressive for sure. And so with that, well, there's now 3 games that are in the books. Now the Mariners and the Rays are still tied 4-4. Here comes Trent Grisham to the plate, though, for the Yankees in the pitch. Fly ball hit out over to deep left field. And a grand slam by Grisham. It's 6-0 Yankees out in Houston at Minute Maid Park. And Valdez can't believe it. He's stunned. Trent Grisham with a salami. That is just crazy. Approximately 124 runs today. We'll go back to the Rays game. 3-0 is outside for ball 4. In the top of the 7th inning, Seattle has bases loaded yet again. And the Rays, Kevin Cash is going to go out there and he's going to pull the plug on Edwin Uceda as Cal Raleigh comes up with the bases loaded. It's pretty insane. The Rockies are threatening to score. That game is now in the bottom of the 3rd. Ay, ay, ay. Event ready to start. Yeah, that's not it. That's not what I want. Grisham. Grisham with a grand slam. It was not Stanton. It was Trent Grisham, if you can believe that. All right, the Blue Jays do have runners on over at first and third. They are still in the top of the ninth inning. Addison Barger is up, and he takes ball one. It's 1 ball, no strikes to Addison Barger in the top of the ninth inning. Cardinals were threatening to score, and Lars Nootbaar just flied out to left. They're going to go to the top of the ninth inning against the Athletics. And once that game is back on, we really have not gotten to that game all day. We'll check up on them and see if they can respond. Here's the 1-1 to Barger, swinging a foul ball. So the count is 1-2. It's starting to become a little bit more manageable. Just doing now 8 games. We'll add on in a couple of more in about 3 minutes or so. 1 ball, 2 strikes in the top of the ninth. Somebody want to do the math and figure out how many runs have been scored today? I can't do it right now. Yankees better pay Grisham next year. The cop, dude, he's been unbelievable. He's been so good for them. Barger in the box, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Zuleta is pitching. The 2-2 pitch. That's going to bounce off the glove of the catcher, and a run will score. A wild pitch to make it 12-9, Toronto. That's a big run for them. Zuleta had to protect the lead, or protect the deficit, if you will, and he was not able to do that. The catcher could not catch the ball either. It just bounced off his glove. Pitch to Barger. Fly ball hit out over towards left field. That's caught. And so they're going to go to the bottom of the ninth inning. So the Reds are down by 3. And we'll see if they have a response. 12-9. Approximately 125 runs over 21. I may be a couple out. All right, let's go to the top of the ninth out in St. Louis. The Cardinals are 3 outs away from getting the win against the Athletics. The ball is 1 strike. Tyler Soderstrom is up. He's the tying run. The pitch is outside for a ball. And that makes it 1 ball, 1 strike. Who else is still here? Comment down below. Who is still here, baby? Come on. Nobody can't get away. Too many interruptions. Soderstrom is up. Yeah, this is a Monday, Tuesday, Friday type of a night with Diamondzone. 1-2 pitch. There's a ground ball hit over towards the right side. Second baseman has it, throws it over to first. And there's out number 1 out in St. Louis. 127 runs, 22 homers. It's hard to keep track. Come on. Come on, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Where are my mods at? I'm just kidding. The pitch. There's a called strike. Scott's here. What's up, Scott? There's Scott 1 and there's Scott 2. What's up, Scott? Which one is which? Which one's number 1? Which one's number 2? You guys figure it out. Just kidding. I could just say Scott Superman. What's up, Scott Superman? 1 ball, 1 strike to Shea Langeliers. And the pitch is down for ball 2. So Jeff Hoffman is going to go out there to try to shut the door. And we will go double diamond. As the Blue Jays will try to protect a 3-run lead. The 2-1 to Shea. Foul ball. Michael, thanks, mate. The pitch to Lux. Ground ball hit over towards the right side. Second baseman gobbles it up, throws it over to first. And there is out number 1 in Cincinnati, Ohio. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Shea Langeliers. The pitch is down for ball 3. 127 runs and 22 homers is Derek Jeter's stats in 1 year. I'm still here, says JS. I got multiple bets open. Let's go. Let's go. 3-2 pitch. Strike 3 called, and Langeliers is down on strikes. Romero just got himself a strikeout. And there's 1 out left to go in St. Louis. 2-0 is the count here in Cincinnati. It's now 2 balls, 1 strike. Stewart in the box. The 2-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. And the count is 2-2. Here comes Thomas to the plate for the Athletics. Ground ball hit over to shortstop, and the throw over to first is in time. Romero gets the save for St. Louis. There was not a lot of action in that game. A quick one out in St. Louis. 2-1 is the final score. Ivan Herrera's 2-run homer. That was indeed the difference. Now Stewart will get on with an infield single in the bottom of the 9th inning. A beautiful diving stop. I believe that was Barger that was over at third base that tried to do everything he could from letting that thing go over to the outfield. That was Isaiah Kiner-Falefa, excuse me. And he did. All right, with that, we'll put the Baltimore game on. The Orioles are ready to get started. Orioles are actually started, excuse me. And then you got the Texas Rangers who are on as well. So 1 sec. We'll put the we'll put the Rangers game on the phone. No, the Rangers game's on the iPad. We'll put the Giants game on the phone. Okay, that's better. Giants game up on the phone. White Sox. Oh wait, Mariners game we'll put up on the laptop. And now we can get rid of this guy. All right. With that, let's go back over to the Reds game. 1 ball, 2 strikes in the bottom of the 9th inning. Now, the Rockies did get a run back. It's a 2-1 ball game out in Colorado. Here's the 1-2 to Ke'Bryan Hayes. Foul ball. How many Ks did Brian Wu get for the Diamondbacks? Wu didn't really do so well today. 3 strikeouts. That's it. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Ke'Bryan Hayes. By the way, Diaz is up for the Tampa Bay Rays. His count is 3-2. That game is in the bottom of the 7th. Two-two pitch. That's down for ball 3. The count is now full. Three balls, 2 strikes to Ke'Bryan Hayes. The payoff pitch. Strike 3 called on the outside corner. And the Reds are down to their final strike, or their final out, that is. That was a good pitch thrown by Jeff Hoffman. got a good one to throw there. So 2 gone in the bottom of the 9th. Also, the Royals, they trail 4-1 as they go to the top of the 9th inning out at Kauffman Stadium there. It's all up to Will Benson for the Cincinnati Reds. Brandon Lau is due up for the Tampa Bay Rays as they try to get the lead out in Tampa. Guys, see that the White Sox now lead at 9-3. Have not even gone over there in a little bit of time. The White Sox have 9 runs. Robertson had himself a 2-run single after Sosa's solo homer. Here's Benson. A runner on over at first. 2 away. The pitch to Benson, swing and a miss. There's strike 1. Baltimore just took the lead. And they're now up 1-0 in the top of the first inning. Jeremiah Jackson hit a home run for the Baltimore Orioles. The 0-1 from Hoffman. That's outside for ball 1. One pitch to Benson, and he did not go. Defensive indifference 2 will allow the base runner to go over to second. Two balls, 1 strike to Will Benson. Caminero is up for the Tampa Bay Rays, and his count is 1-1. So we'll go double diamond. Benson down to his final strike. 1 ball, 1 strike to Caminero. Here's the 1-1 offering. That's a foul ball. Benson's pitch coming up. Hoffman gets the signs and deals, and Benson pops it up. It's hit out over towards the infield. Bichette gets under it over on the turf, makes the catch, and the ball game is over. Jeff Hoffman gets the save, and the Toronto Blue Jays, they're able to hang on and win by a final score of 12-9. And that is the final score there. Vladdy Guerrero Jr. smiling, and the ball game is over. So 6 games down, if I am not mistaken. We'll put the Twins game up on here, and that leaves the Baltimore game up on the other monitor. So we're almost down to 4 different devices. Almost. Okay. Where do we go to next? We're going to go to Tampa Bay with runners on over at first and third. Where are the Rays at? On here. There they are. 2-2 to Caminero. Foul ball. Guys, make sure you hit the thumbs up button and subscribe to the channel. Let's go. Are you saying Wu is out of the game after giving up 1 run in only 4 innings? Yeah, he's out. He's out. 12-9 would be the final score if the Raiders went up against the Jaguars. 12-9 would be like a first. That would be that would be like the first 5 minutes of the first quarter of a basketball game. Caminero gets on with a bases clearing double. It was actually a 2-run double. And so he's over at second base. Junior Caminero just continues to have an incredible season. And the Rays now lead at 6-4. How many RBI does he have in this game? He had a solo home run. And he just got on with a 2-run double. That game is still not done yet either. The Rays were down 3-2. Then they had the lead. The Mariners tied it back. And the Rays said no. He is carrying them, really. Junior Caminero, 3 for 4. He has everything except for the triple when it comes to the cycle. That's the only thing he doesn't have. Now Josh Lowe comes up to the plate for the Tampa Bay Rays. 1 ball, 1 strike, bottom of the 7th. Here's the pitch. There's a swing and a miss. We're going to go double diamond, and we're going to add on in the Angels to the mix. So they have runners on over at second and third. We actually should refresh the page really quickly and get all the scores up to date. Here we go. Good. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Bryce Teodosio. And time is called. The 2-2 pitch to Josh Lowe. That's a foul ball. We'll add in the Braves to the mix. They're in the top of the 8th. There's no balls and 2 strikes to Drake Baldwin. So we're going to go triple box here. And oh, by the way, the Orioles have bases loaded. That game is still early. 2-2 to Lowe. Swing and a miss. And there is out number 2 out in Tampa Bay. All right, here's the next pitch in the Royals game, and that ball is flied out over towards center field. Teodosio will get a sacrifice fly, and that puts the Angels now up 5-1 as the runner from third will score. So there's 2 outs. A pitching change is taking place out in Tampa Bay, so the Rays will be right back. And with that, we go to Matt Olson, who's up with 2 outs in the top of the 8th for the Atlanta Braves. Again, not a lot of scoring in this game, but the Chicago Cubs are up by a score of 4-3. Kyle Tucker hit a 3-run homer. Ian Happ had an RBI infield single. And then Olson scored on a wild pitch. Albies hit a solo homer. And Eli White hit a solo homer as well. 1 ball, 1 strike to Matt Olson. And the 1-1 pitch is on the outside corner for strike 2. Orioles did not score a run with the bases loaded. They did get a solo homer from Jeremiah Jackson. And they will go to the bottom of the 1st out in San Diego. Zach Neto is up for the LA Angels. The count is 3-0 to him. And back to the Braves game. Next pitch to Olson is down for ball 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Matt Olson. 2 away in the top of the 8th. And here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Olson is down on strikes. And we're going to the bottom of the 8th inning out in Chicago. And there is out number 3. And the Angels will try to secure the final 3 outs. And with that, we're going to take a sip of water. Cheers. Okay. Have yourself a day, Junior Caminero. White Sox lead at 9-3. There's no reason to go there to check up on them. Where is the schedule? There it is. Nice. Good stuff. Austin Wells flies one out to right field, and that ball's going to hit off the top of the wall for the Yankees. Judge says that that's a home run. It was not officially ruled as a home run first. I think that hit the top of the wall first. I don't think it bounced over, but the Yankees will get a free review here to see if it is indeed a home run. Let's go back to Tampa Bay, though. It's 6-4. No balls, 2 strikes to Jake Mangum. 2 away, runner on at second, and the pitch, swing and a miss. And the Mariners are down by 2 as they will come on up for the top of the 8th inning. I think that ball hit the top of the wall out in the Yankees game. I don't think that that's a home run. Dry erase board plus too many fingers. He really got 40 homers and 100 RBIs in one day. It's crazy. It's absolutely wild. Kenley Jansen will go out there to pitch the bottom of the 9th inning for the Angels. We'll see if they can hang on to this 4-run lead. What's the call on Wells? It's just a double. It's just a double. It was not a home run. All right, bottom of the 9th out in Kansas City. Vinny Pasquantino is up, and the pitch is taken down for a ball. Vinny Pasquantino. Where is the Royals game? There it is. 1 ball, no strikes. And the pitch. That is taken inside for ball 2. There was a bullet that was hit by the Yankees, but that was hit out to right field, and that's caught for out number 3. So the Astros will go to the bottom of the 6th. 2-0 pitch to Vinny. That's down for ball 3. So at this moment in time, there are 8 games going on in baseball. These ones have slowed up. 3-0 pitch. That's down for ball 4 to Vinny Pasquantino. And he is going to be aboard over at first base. Kenley Jansen gives up a leadoff walk. The Sox are up 9-3. Chicago, that is. That is in the bottom of the top of the 8th inning, excuse me. Here comes Sal Perez for the Kansas City Royals. And Perez looks at a pitch that's called a ball, even though it looked like it was clearly a strike. One ball, no strikes to Salvador Perez. Also, the Mariners are back on. Josh Naylor is due up. There's 1 away in the top of the 8th. Here's the 1-0, and that's taken up high for ball 2. And Naylor's at bat. First pitch to Josh. Line drive caught over at second base, and there's 2 up, 2 down in Florida. 2 balls, no strikes. Jansen cannot find the zone. He's having a hard time targeting his pitches. And there is a called strike. That's his first strike of the inning. Okay, so where is the Angels game? Why can't I find it? There it is. The 2-1 to Sal. He fouls it off. Eugenio Suarez will foul off the first pitch that he sees. So we're doing these 2 games here. 2-2 to Perez. The pitch. Foul ball again. The 0-2 to Suarez. Swing and a miss. We're going to the bottom of the 8th inning out in Tampa Bay. 6-4 is the score. Mariners down to their final 3 outs. Sal will stay alive in his at-bat. Hit that thumbs up button, folks. Subscribe to the channel. Turn on the notification bell icons. Wow, the Twins are horrible. You get blown out by the White Sox at home. It's just insane. White Sox are still threatening again. Here's the 2-2 to Sal. Swing and a miss. He swung at a cutter that was way up high and outside. The Braves are going to the top of the 9th inning. And we will check up on them. So these 7:45 games are wrapping up right now. They're wrapping up. 5-1 Angels. Toss back over to first, not in time. Got the Rangers and the Diamondbacks still in the early stages, of course. And so is the Orioles-Padres game. Mike Yastrzemski is up, and he takes inside for ball 1. One ball, no strikes to Mike Yastrzemski. The 1-0 pitch to Yaz. Foul ball. Yaz is 0 for 3 with a line out, a fly out, and a ground out. Here's the 1-1 pitch. It's a foul ball. Correa did advance over at second base. KC and Cleveland don't want to make it out of the wild card. It seems like that. It does. It seems like that is the case. Andrew Benintendi sends one again out to right field, and he hits his second home run of the night. Are you kidding me? The White Sox are spanking the Minnesota Twins. Oh my gosh. When was the last time he hit 2 home runs in a game? I feel like you don't really see that a lot for Benintendi. You kidding me? 2 balls, 2 strikes. Kenley Jansen pitching. Kevin, why do you always say wake up? 2-2 pitch. Fly ball hit out over towards center field, and that's going to be caught for out number 2 in the bottom of the 9th. I feel like you always say wake up. And so there's one more out to go. Carter Jensen, it's all up to him for the Kansas City Royals. Ozzie Albies leading it off in the top of the 9th inning for the Braves. Albies fouls off the pitch. All right, let's go over to Ozzie Albies' at-bat. 1 ball, 2 strikes. He's batting on the left side. Danny Palencia is pitching for Chicago. The 1-2 to Ozzie. It's up high for ball 2. It's 2 balls, 2 strikes to Ozzie Albies. Jansen's pitch. Jansen to Jensen. Swing and a miss. The 2-2 to Ozzie. Swing and a miss. Out number 1 on a 100-mile-per-hour fastball. And there is out number 1 in the 9th. Cha-ching. Jensen down to his final strike out in Kansas City. No balls, 2 strikes. Jansen gets the signs, kicks, deals, and the 0-2 is up high for a ball. Astros do get a run back on an RBI fielder's choice from Yandy Diaz. So it's 6-1 out in Houston. The 1-2 to Jensen, way up high for ball 2. Here's Ozuna, and he takes a pitch on the outside corner for strike 2. Rays and Mariners are also going to go to the top of the 9th inning, and we'll see how that game ends. 2 balls, 2 strikes out in Kansas City. The 2-2 pitch, swing and a miss, and the ball game is over out at Kauffman Stadium. So Kenley Jansen records the final 3 outs, and with that, we can say goodbye to this monitor here, and that is done for that. Okay. So with that, let's go to Marcell Ozuna's at-bat and stay locked into that action. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Marcell Ozuna. There is still 7 games left being played. The 2-2 pitch to Marcell. It's up high for ball 3, and the count is now full. Nobody's talking. Got you. NFL starts in 2 days. I got you. 3-2 to Ozuna, another foul ball. Man, he is working here against Palencia. Now the runs are dead. Maybe I just jinxed it. Three-two to Ozuna, swinging a ground ball, base hit out to left field. And so Ozuna is aboard. And the Braves have a chance here in the top of the 9th inning. This one is not over just yet. We will go double diamond and add in the Seattle Mariners game to the mix, as they are down to their final 3 outs against the Tampa Bay Rays. Brian Wu, 5 innings, 4 hits, 3 earned runs, 3 walks, and 3 strikeouts. Gave up 3 solo shots. Jorge Polanco looks at strike 1. He's down in the count 0-1. Let's go back to the Braves game. Here's the pitch to Profar. Fly ball hit out over towards left field. That's going to stay in the yard. And the catch is made just shy of the track. And so Luke Williams, who came on in the pinch run for Ozuna, goes back to first. And Atlanta down to their final outs. The Giants just got a run. And they lead it 3-1 against the Colorado Rockies. An RBI single, or actually, sorry, a solo home run by Casey Schmidt is how they got their 3rd run. And that was in the top of the 5th. Here comes the pitch to Ha-Seong Kim. There's a foul ball. In Polanco's at-bat for the Mariners, the count is tied up 2-2. Polanco's pitch, down for ball 3. Final out to go in Chicago. Toss bat to first, not in time. A huge payoff pitch to Jorge Polanco. Jax gets the signs, kicks, deals. It's outside for ball 4. And so the tying run in Seattle's game will be coming up to the plate. The Braves are down to their final strike as Ha-Seong Kim looked at strike 2 on the outside edge. Here's the 0-2. It's down for a ball. Flores sends one out to left field, and the Giants add on to their lead. It's a 2-run shot by Wilmer Flores. And they are up 5-1 out in Colorado. So the Giants' offense is continuing to score runs. 1-2 to Kim. Tying run now at second. And the 1-2 pitch is outside for ball 2. So Williams advanced on the defensive indifference. I don't know why you don't cover second base there, because that is the tying run. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Ha-Seong Kim. The pitch, swing and a bouncer, hit over to second base, backhanded by the second baseman, throw to first, and Kim beats out the throw, and the game continues. That's exactly why you got to cover second base there. It just comes down to reasons like that. It's just unbelievable. But Ha-Seong Kim able to get on with an infield single, and Atlanta is not done yet. And a timeout is taken. So with that, we go back over to the Seattle game. And go to the end of this one. It's 2 balls, no strikes to Luke Raley. And Raley takes down for ball 3. Jax is pitching. Pete Fairbanks is not available tonight. He is not available. 3 balls, no strikes. We're going to go double diamond again. The 3-0 pitch. There's a called strike. Taken at the knees. So Kim is over at first. The tying runs at third. And Eli White is due up for the Braves. But before that, the 3-1 to Raley. And that is swung on and missed. The pitch to White. Fly ball hit out over towards shallow center field. And the catch will be made. And the ball game is over. So the Chicago Cubs hang on. Palencia always tends to make things interesting. But it's a 4-3 final score as the Cubs hang on to win. And a good win by them, a much-needed win for them to stay alive in that NL Central Division race. All right, ball 4 was just called to Luke Raley. And so now the tying run is over at first for Seattle, and J.P. Crawford is up at the plate. And Crawford looks at a pitch that's taken right down the middle for strike 1. No balls, 1 strike. In the top of the 9th. The 0-1 to Crawford. And check swing, he went around. The count is now 0-2, and Crawford does not agree with the call. So we're just going to stick to this game. Brian Moore's strikeout line was discounted prop on Prize Picks today, so a lot of peeps like me who had lineups on Prize Picks today had Woo for 5 or more Ks. That sucks. The pitch to Crawford, fly ball hit out over towards right field, and that's going to get down for a base hit. It bounces off the hand of the center fielder. Polanco goes back to third, and there's bases loaded in the top of the 9th inning with nobody out. And Griffin Jax can't get an out against the Seattle Mariners. That thing just died out in right center field. And Raley was lucky because he went past second base And he was almost out going back. So bases loaded for the Mariners as they tend to make things interesting. And we will have a pitch and change. So with that, let's go over to this San Francisco Giants game as they continue to threaten the score. They have a 5-1 lead in the top of the 5th inning. We're going to refresh the page again. Once this Seattle game comes back on, of course, we'll focus our attention on there. My name is Jason Joseph. This is Play-by-Play with JJ. If you love the Diamond Zone, hit the thumbs up button and make sure that you guys subscribe to the channel as well. It's been a lot of action. Just only one game that was not played today, and that was Phillies versus Brewers. Wild stuff. I don't know how we're doing this. I really don't. We got 55 likes. Thanks, Michael. You are awesome, man. You are the MVP. You're all MVPs. I love you all so much. Dude, this gets tiring. You really got to keep the energy up. It's like unreal. This is like a workout, you know? It really is. All right, with that, the Giants are going to the bottom of the 5th. They do lead it by 4 runs. The Padres do have a runner on over at first. And Corbin Carroll at 1 or more hits equals runs. RBI was also discounted prop today, so a lot of peeps also have him. Excuse me. Carroll, is he up at the plate? No. The Rangers are up. Garrett Cleavinger is going to go out there to pitch for the Tampa Bay Rays as we tend to focus on the end of this game. Again, there's bases loaded and nobody out. And that is in the top of the 9th inning. Believe that Young is due up. Cole Young, that is. Pitch to Young. Fly ball hit out over towards left field. It's hooking foul, and it will go out of play. Just barely. He got under it. The Twins are down 12-3. That game is in the top of the 9th inning against the Chicago White Sox. Rangers just took a 1-0 lead. They are up 1-0 as they go to the bottom of the 3rd. Langford hit a sac fly. Here's the pitch. Fly ball hit out over towards center field. That's going to be caught. Polanco will tag up and score. It's a 1-run ball game on a sacrifice fly. It was actually hit out over to right center field. And so it's a 6-5 ball game out in Tampa Bay. It's a big out that they got. They were like, you know what, we'll take it. Let the runner from 3rd score. Just draw the throw over to short. And Randy Arozarena, the former Ray, looks at strike 1 at the knees. No balls, 1 strike. To Randy Arozarena, who was in the box. Here's the 0-1. It's down for a ball. He walked in the 7th. He's 0 for 3. One ball, 1 strike to Randy Arozarena. The pitch. It's popped up and hit out over towards shallow right center field. The catch is made by Josh Lowe, and the Mariners are now down to their final outs. Whoops. I pressed the wrong button. Ooh. It's Cal Raleigh up at the plate, folks. What a big spot for him here. First pitch way outside for a ball. All eyes on Cal Raleigh. He's 1 for 2 in his career versus Garrett Clevenger. The 1-0 to Cal. Swing and a miss. He wanted that pitch, and he was mad at himself. It was right down the middle. The Rockies are making it interesting. They got runners on at first and second with nobody out. But obviously this is more interesting. The 1-1 to Cal. Outside for ball 2. I guess you don't want to take your chances with Julio. So you got to pick your poison. Two balls, 1 strike to Cal Raleigh. 2-1 pitch, swing and a miss. That was on a slider that disappeared inside and low. And with that, Seattle down to its final strike. JJ hitting the wrong button. It's getting late. Let's go. Two balls, 2 strikes to Cal Raleigh. He's 1 for 4. He had a solo homer in the 4th. Went back-to-back with Rodriguez. 2-2 pitch, and Raleigh pops it up. It's hit out over towards the infield. Third baseman Caminero says he has it. He does. The catch is made, and the ball game is over. It's a 6-5 victory for the Tampa Bay Rays. What a win. They had bases loaded, the Mariners, with nobody out in the 9th inning and only got 1 run, and they lose 6-5. What a finish. Meanwhile, the Colorado Rockies able to get an RBI single, and that game just got interesting. It's 5-2, and the tying run is coming up to the plate for the Rockies. What a win by those Rays. And we also have some action going on in Houston now. Things are starting to pick up. So Fried is pitching. There's nobody out in the bottom of the 7th. Again, we really haven't gone to this Yankees game, but now that those wild 6:40 games are all done and the other 7:30 games are done, we can focus on these other ones. The pitch. That ball's bunted over towards the mound. I believe it was caught. The toss back to first. He's out. Mauricio Dubon was hanging off the bag. What a catch made by Max Fried. And there are 2 gone in the bottom of the 7th. That was absolutely clutch. Dubon was dancing off of first. And as soon as Fried caught it, looked back over to first. And he was definitely out. Without a doubt. All right, so Brenton Doyle is due up now for the Colorado Rockies. We're still going to go double diamond. As the 1-0 pitch to Doyle is outside for ball 2. Logan Webb is pitching for the Giants. 1 ball, no strikes to Pena. And the pitch, ground ball, hit over to shortstop. Volpe has it, throws it over to first, and the inning is over. And the Yankees get out of the inning. And it's a 6-1 game as they go to the top of the 8th out in Houston. Meanwhile, the Rockies just grounded out, and they're going to go to the top of the 6th. They're down 5-2. And with that, let's go check up on those Arizona Diamondbacks. Again, this game is early. It's 1 ball, no strikes to Corbin Carroll. And the pitch is swung on and missed. So we got, what is that? 4 games left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 games left. Pretty wild. Don't like either team. You're doing a post-game show tonight, JJ? Absolutely not. Well, I do a recap at the end, yeah. Ryan Mountcastle just singled in the top of the 3rd inning for the Baltimore Orioles. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Corbin Carroll. And here's the 1-2. It's up high and away for ball 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Corbin. Bottom of the 3rd. 2 away. And a runner on over at first. Latz kicks and deals. And Carroll fouls it back towards the screen. Looks like Perdomo was heading on over to second. The White Sox and Twins are still on. That game has been going on forever, it seems. And that's like the only 7:45 game that's left on. Cowser singles up the middle, and the Orioles have something cooking in the top of the 3rd. 2-2 to Carroll. That's down for ball 3. So we'll go double diamond and add in the Orioles to the mix and see if they can get themselves another run. Must have been a while. It has to have been a while since we've seen a home run. 3 balls, 2 strikes. It's getting late here on the East Coast. 3-2 to Carroll. Ground ball hit over towards shortstop. The throw over to first is in time. And we're going to go to the top of the 4th inning. It's 1-0 Texas. Let's see if the Orioles can add on to their lead. No balls, 1 strike. Darvish pitching. Here in the top of the 3rd. It's no balls and 1 strike. And the 0-1 pitch is flied out over towards left field. And that is going out of play. Basalo is hitting for Baltimore. Hit that thumbs up button and subscribe to the channel as well. And turn on the notification bell icons. WNBA Alyssa Thomas, points plus rebounds and assists, is also a discounted prop today. Huh. Cool. JJ, it's only 10:30. I'm saying that it's getting late in the baseball day, so that means that the 9:40 games are really the ones that are hitting stride right now. And it is technically late. I mean, there are people that go to bed at like 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock. So, on the East Coast. Just not you and I. So I guess it all depends on your definition of late. No balls, 1 strike to Emmanuel Rivera. I do know people that do go to bed. But I guess that is that early? Is 9 o'clock, 8 o'clock early? Yeah, it is. I guess 10 o'clock is like a normal bedtime. No balls, 1 strike. And here's the pitch to Rivera. And that is taken down for a ball. Huh. Twins are in the bottom of the 9th. Again, they trail by 9 runs, if you can believe that. Here's the 1-1 pitch to Rivera. That's a foul ball. And so the count is 1-2. Heliot Ramos just got hit on the elbow. And he is rewarded first base for the Giants. Benintendi hit 2 homers today. Alonso hit 2 homers today. A lot of 2-homer games. 1-2 pitch, and that ball is fouled back over towards the screen. So the count is now 1-2. Rafael Devers is coming up for the San Francisco Giants, as that game is in the top of the 6th. It's 1 ball, no strikes to Devers. And he swings and misses at the low pitch. 1-1 is the count. The 1-2 on the way. Foul ball to Emmanuel Rivera, and he stays alive. The 1-1 to Devers. That's a foul ball. So 1 ball, 2 strikes to Devers. And 1 ball, 2 strikes to Emmanuel Rivera. White Sox win. And that game is finally over. Toss bat to first in the Baltimore game, not in time. 12-3 is the final score out in Minnesota. The White Sox put up 12 hits, or 13 hits, and scored 12 runs. 1-2 to Devers. Strike 3 called. It was just at the knees. And he is down looking on strikes. So the White Sox do get themselves the win. And with that, we're up to 4 devices. We have 1 game on each device now. 1 on each device. It's good. All right, the 1-2 pitch to Rivera, foul ball again. He continues to stay alive. I don't know how he's fighting off these pitches. Casey Schmidt, who hit a solo homer in the 5th inning, is up for the Giants again. He takes the 1-0 on the inside corner for strike 1. Jazz hits one out to deep right field, and that's his 2nd home run of the day. The Bombers out in the Bronx do it again. (7-1) New York. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Emmanuel Rivera. And the pitch, line drive, base hit out to left field. 1 run will score. The 2nd runner's being waved home. The throw is not in time. Rivera gets caught into a rundown. The inning is over. However, he does get a 2-run single. And we're going to go to the bottom of the 3rd inning. 3-0 Baltimore. Casey Schmidt's pitch, swing and a miss. And so the inning is over out in San Fran as they are heading to the bottom of the 6th inning. Giants lead at 5-2. Man. 139 runs, 25 home runs. Is that real? That can't be real. All right, so we got a break in 3 of the 4 games. With that, actually, you know what? We're going to do the math right now. So 12 plus 5 equals 17. Actually, wait, let's refresh this page. Let's refresh this. I want to do the math myself. 17 plus 21 equals 38. 38 plus 16 equals 54. 62. 80, 91 plus 15 equals 106, 113, 119, 122, right? 130, 137, 140, and 142. 142 runs today. What a joke. What an absolute joke. 142 runs. If you can believe that. Padres are coming up for the bottom of the 3rd. and we'll head over there to check up on San Diego. There's just 4 games left. 10 have finished. Ryan McMahon did just walk for the Yankees, but that is now a blowout. They lead at 7-1. Texas Rangers are up 2-0. How did they get their second run? Robert Ozuna got on with an RBI infield single. And they're going to go to the bottom of the 4th out in Arizona. All right, so up to bat now is McCoy for the San Diego Padres. I don't know which McCoy that is. Pitch to McCoy, though. Fly ball hit out over towards right field. It's slicing fair, and that's going to bounce over Jackson's head. Did they call it a foul ball? It looked like I thought it was fair. Let me see again for myself. They're not going to show it. They will not show it. So no balls, 2 strikes. The Rockies still have a base runner over at first. And with that, we're going to go over to Colorado and check up on those Rockies. The ball is 1 strike. Karros is up at the plate. The 0-1 from Jose Budo. There's strike 2. 137 plus 2 plus another run and carry the 1. 142 runs and 25. I was only 3 runs off. Now it should be easier to keep track. Here's the 0-2 to Karros. It's down for a ball. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Budo's on the mound. Got a runner on over at first. And the pitch. Check swing, he went around. No need to appeal. He checked it for sure. There's out number 1. Diamondbacks have themselves a base runner too. So they're in the bottom of the 4th. They have 2 outs. Hold up. Why did this get delayed? Because of a fielder's choice. So 1 gone in the bottom of the 6th. When it gets down to 1, it should be easy, says Kevin. Well, when it's down to 4, it's a lot easier than 10. The ball is 1 strike. Fernandez is up at the plate. 3 seconds left on the pitch clock. There's the 0-1 swing and a miss. And so the count is 0-2 with 1 out in the bottom of the 6th. Furman hits a shot out to left field for the Padres, and that is going to be dropped by Jackson. It bounces out of the glove. And so Furman will go over to second. And Jeremiah Jackson, I believe that was Jeremiah Jackson for the Baltimore Orioles. Hold up 1 second. No, that was Dylan Beavers. Dylan Beavers could not make the catch out in left field. It bounced out of his glove over on that warning track. He took a turn, and it just hit his glove, and he could not catch it, and he fell down after he hit the wall. Unreal. He's mad at himself, but that's a rookie mistake, and Fernando Tatis Jr. is due up. Meanwhile, back to this Colorado game, the 2-2 pitch. There's a ground ball hit over to shortstop. Going to be a tough play. The throw to first is in time. And there's out number 2. So Tatis is up in the bottom of the third with a runner on over at second base. The 1-0 pitch to Fernando, strike one. 1 ball, 1 strike to Fernando Tatis Jr. If Tatis gets on, the tying run would then come up to the plate. The pitch, strike two. Farmer for the Rockies will ground it over towards the mound. The pitcher has it, throws it over to first. And the Giants and Rockies are going to go to the 7th inning. It's 5-2. Tatis will pop this one up. It's hit out over towards left field. Beavers will make the play there. And there's out number 2. So he catches that one. And that'll bring up Luis Ariz to the plate. 2 gone in the bottom of the third. Let's refresh this page again. We might not even get down to 1 game. If we do, it might just be for a second. Ariz will step on into the box. And the pitch is on the upper tier of the zone for strike one. What an action-packed night. Kevin yawns another run. Tatis yawns no runs. Pitch to Ariz in the air, hit out over towards deep right field. That's going back towards the track. See you later. It's a 1-run ball game out in San Diego. Luis Ariz just hit a bullet out to right field. And all eyes on Dylan Beavers out in left. For that error that he made. We got a ball game in San Diego, folks. Gosh. I can't believe he crushed that thing. So now Manny Machado is up, and the pitch is outside for a ball. By the way, the Astros do have 2 outs in the bottom of the 8th inning. They trail by 6. 1 ball, no strikes to Manny Machado. The pitch, there's a fly ball hit out over towards right center field, but that's caught for out number 3. Ariz makes it a 1-run ball game on a 2-run missile out to right field. And it's 3-2 out in San Diego. So with that, let's go over to the Giants game and check up on them again. Again, this is where things start to sort of slow up. Dom Smith is up, and he just struck out. 1 gone in the top of the 7th inning. Now let's go Orioles. I just realized that Machado's facing the Orioles. It's interesting. And so is Laureano. And, what's his name, too? Laureano and, oh, man. Who else did they trade? They traded somebody else that was big. Who was the other guy that they traded? Am I really this tired? Am I really this tired? Not Ariz. Who's the other guy? Laureano and not Cedric Mullins. Ryan O'Hearn. There we go. Ryan O'Hearn. Ryan O'Hearn. That's correct. All right, Wilmer Flores did just strike out. And sorry, that's the wrong game. There it is. So there's out number 2 in Colorado. Christian Walker is up for the Astros. He just struck out, and the Yankees are going to the top of the 9th. Brain fog. Yeah. Matos is up for the San Francisco Giants. 2 away. Here's the pitch. It's 1 ball, 1 strike. How's everybody doing tonight, chat? I feel like things are now starting to really slow up. Here's the 1-1. Ground ball hit over to third base. The throw over to first is in time. And there's out number 2. Or out number 3, that is. And the Rockies are going to go to the bottom of the 7th. So with that, let's go check up on the Diamondbacks. They are down 2-0. That game is going to the bottom of the 5th. Tyler Locklear is going to hit. So with the early games, we had a lot of scoring. With the 7:40, 8 o'clock games, there have been a lot of blowouts. And close games, some close. And with these games, with these 3 games, the Baltimore-San Diego game, the Texas-Arizona game, and the Giants-Rockies game, it's just been close. Here's the pitch to Locklear. There's a fly ball hit out over towards left center field, and that ball is going to be caught right in front of the wall. Nice catch there by the center fielder, Hellman, for the Texas Rangers for out number 1. Okay. Darvish is pitching for the San Diego Padres. The count is 3-2. The pitch to Beavers. A line drive down the right field line. Is that fair? It's a foul ball. Jorge Barosa is due up for the Snakes. He'll show bunt. He'll take it back. And the pitch is taken for a called strike. Latz is pitching. Beavers just fly it out to left. And out number 1 is made. Here's the 0-1 to Locklear. That's down for a ball. One to one to Barosa. And there's a fly ball hit out over towards right field. The catch is made over by Ozuna. And out number 2 is made. JJ, so far tonight, bummed. No Phillies game, no Martian Bader, and so far my props on prize picks are losing. That sucks, dude. Sorry about that. Kobe Mayo just flied out to left. And there's out number 2. 2-0 in the bottom of the 5th. As Lawler is going to hit. Count is 1-0. 2 away. The pitch. Line drive, base it out to left field. And that's going all the way over towards the wall. Lawler will get an easy double out of it. And so he is aboard. Jackson Holliday gets on with an infield single for Baltimore. So we have some action going on in these later games. The Orioles have Jackson Holliday over at first. The Diamondbacks have Lawler over at second. And then the Rockies, it's 2 balls, 2 strikes to Ritter. And he fouls off the next pitch. That game is in the bottom of the 7th. Goldschmidt just singled for the New York Yankees. He's now 1 for 4 on the day. The pitch over to Latz. Ground ball hit over to third base. And so Marte grounds out. And the inning is over. 2-0. As the Rangers go to the top of the 6th. This kind of felt like the World Series, not going to lie. Jackson Holliday's going to go. The throw to second base is not in time. And Jeremiah Jackson is tied up in the count 1-1. Mike Shilto is going to challenge this. He will challenge to see if Jackson was out over at third or at second. He dove on in there head first. Did he get him is the question. Couldn't tell from that angle. Cronenworth caught it. And did he get him? I think he did. I think Jackson Holliday is out. I think he got him. I think he is definitely out. But they're still reviewing it. In the Rockies game, it's 1 ball, 1 strike to Freeman. That game is in the bottom of the 7th. 1-1 is the count. 3 seconds left on the pitch clock. There's the 1-1 that's up high for ball 2. Don't forget to hit the thumbs up button, folks, and subscribe to the channel as well. And turn on the notification bell icons. So Cronenworth did swipe Jackson Holliday. The play is overturned, and the inning is over. The Orioles will go to the bottom of the 4th inning at Petco Park. And so Freeman is up for the Rockies and will stay here. The action is slowed down. 3-1 to Freeman. Foul ball. Time to take the hat off. Judge is also up at the plate for the Yankees. I actually forgot that this game is still technically going on. Judge swings and misses at a pitch. 3-2 pitch to Freeman. That's up high for ball 4. And the Rockies do have a base runner here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Payoff pitch to Aaron Judge. And there's a called strike 3 at the knees. He was not going to go. And a backwards K for A.J. Blublaw. Blublaw. Yeah, that's how you say it. Blubaugh. Blublaw. I feel bad for the guy. That's tough to say. He seems washed up. Who, Walker Buehler? Yeah. All right, so no balls, 1 strike in this Colorado Rockies game. Mike, I'm so happy to see you, dude. Mickey Moniak is due up for Colorado. He had that walk-off hit a couple of nights ago. The pitch to Moniak, it's popped up into foul territory, and it'll go out of play. Rangers did just ground into a 4-6-3 double play. That was Rowdy Tellez that did so. Padres are back on. Gavin Sheets is up. We'll check up on him. We're going to go double diamond and put the Rockies game on as well as the Padres game. No balls, 2 strikes in both counts here. There's the 0-2 to Mickey Moniak. That is fouled back towards the screen. No balls, 2 strikes to Gavin Sheets. And the pitch is down in the dirt for a ball. Josh Young just grounded out over to third. And so the Diamondbacks are going to come up as they still trail 2-0. Moniak will call for time. 1-2 to Sheets. Another foul ball. Yankees and Astros are going to go to the bottom of the 9th inning. New York is up 7-1. The 0-2 to Moniak. Swing and a miss. That's a big strikeout for Jose Budo. And there is out number 2. Here's the 1-2 to Sheets. And he stays alive and fouls it off. Up to bat now is Hunter Goodman for the Colorado Rockies. And he flies this one out to left field. And just like that, it's a 1-run ball game. Number 27 on the season for Hunter Goodman. And the Rockies are staying alive. I've been telling everybody that Hunter Goodman is going to have a great career, and that if the Phillies could find a way to get him, they should. He's had a very good season for Colorado. Okay. Ramon Laureano, the former Oriole, is now up. And we're still sticking to this double diamond of Padres versus Orioles and Rockies versus Giants. Here's the 0-1 to Laureano, swinging a miss. Wells is still pitching. He has 57 pitches. No balls, 2 strikes. Doyle's pitch is popped up and hit out over towards shallow right field. That ball is caught. And so the Rockies and Giants will head to the top of the 8th inning, 5-4, San Francisco. No balls, 2 strikes in the bottom of the 4th inning out in San Diego. Ramon Laureano will step back on into the box. Perdomo just flied out over to right for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Here's the 0-2 to Laureano. Ground ball, base hit back up the middle. And so the San Diego Padres get themselves their first hit of the inning in the bottom of the 4th. Carroll is back up for Arizona. And we'll go double diamond there. Diamondbacks are down 2-0. Carroll ahead in the count 1-0. Here's the pitch. That's down for ball 2. Yanier Diaz just led off the bottom of the 9th inning out in Houston with an infield single. Jackson Merrill is up for the Padres. First pitch in there for a strike. Runner goes, and he is safe at second base. Ramon Laureano slides in there feet first. Here's Carroll's 3-0 pitch. And that is just inside for ball 4. And the Diamondbacks will have their tying run come up to the plate. So now we're starting to heat up again. No balls, 2 strikes to Jackson Merrill. Oh, and 2 is the count. There's a timeout taken in Arizona. The 0-2 to Merrill. It's down for a ball. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The tying run is in scoring position for the San Diego Padres. The 1-2 delivery. Ground ball rolled over towards the right side. Second baseman picks it up, throws it over to first. It's in time. The runner from second does go on over to third, though. Jung-Hoo Lee will step back up to the plate for the Giants. And he takes strike one. The start off. He's actually behind in the count 2-1. Here in the top of the 8th. I did not even know that they were back from commercial. Lee lines this one off the glove of the third baseman, and he'll get on with an infield single for San Fran. Wow. 3-2 the Diaz. Swing and a miss. 1 out in the bottom of the 9th. Out in Houston. All right, Cronenworth is up for the Padres, and the count is tied up 1-1. We got a quadruple diamond going on. Koss up for the Giants, just took up high for ball 1. It's 1 ball, no strikes to Gabriel Moreno. In the Diamondbacks game, he just took down for ball 2. Koss will ground this one over towards first base. He'll get the runner over to second, but the out is recorded, and the Giants do have an insurance run in scoring position. In Jake Cronenworth's at-bat, the count is 1-2. The tying run's at third. Wells gets set at the belt. Runner leads off. And the 1-2 to Cronenworth is fouled back towards the screen. Here comes Patrick Bailey for the Giants, and he takes ball 1. It's also 3 balls, 1 strike to Gabriel Moreno. The 3-1 to Moreno, foul ball. And Cronenworth's at-bat, still a 1-2 count. The pitch. That's up high and outside for ball 2. The Astros just grounded into a double play. That was a 1-3 double play to end the ball game. Cronenworth's 2-2. Fly ball hit out over towards shallow left field. Beaver says he has it. He does. The catch is made. And the Padres come so close to tying it, but yet so far. And we're going to go to the 5th inning, 3-2 Baltimore. So the Yankees do win. And they win by a final score of 7-1 out in Houston. And with that, we will switch the TV and check up on the other games. Bailey hits one out to deep right center field. That's going back towards the track. Goodbye, baseball. Punch. Counter punch. 7-4 Giants. And they respond to Hunter Goodman's 2-run shots. 2 catchers going at it. And Bailey says, you want to challenge me? Oh, I gotcha. That thing was launched into outer space. One ball, no strikes to Heliot Ramos. What are we going to do? We're going to put the whatchamacallit game up on here, right? What game is this? This is the Padres game. So the Padres game that's on here, that's done. We can close out the laptop. Laptop is done. Good. So now that the Yankees game is done, we can go to MLB Network. Jeremiah Jackson is up at the plate. But first, we go back to Arizona as they try to tie up the knot. Blaze Alexander is pitching. And the first pitch is taken for ball one. So this is done. The 1-0 pitch. Ground ball base hit out to center field by Alexander. And the runner from third is being waved home. And the Diamondbacks are on the board. Carroll scores. It's 2-1 with runners at the corners. So all three of these games are close still. By the way, Rafael Devers is up for the Giants as they lead it by 3. So tying run now over at third base for Arizona. Curvelo is pitching. And Vargas, Ildemaro Vargas, that is, takes strike one. It's 3-2 Baltimore as they take on the San Diego Padres. It is 2-1 Texas. And it is 7-4 San Francisco in the late games. 3 balls, 2 strikes to Jackson. The payoff pitch, foul ball. Vargas in the box. The ball's 2 strikes to him. The 0-2 pitch. That's low for a ball. It makes it 1 ball, 2 strikes. We're going triple box. Devers takes down for ball 2. You have Rafael Devers, he is up. Jackson just walked for the Baltimore Orioles. And Gunnar Henderson is up. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Rafael Devers. And Devers fouls off the next pitch. Vargas, his 2-2 pitch coming on up. Vargas will call for up. He takes ball 3. 2-2 pitch to Devers. Ground ball hit over to first base. And the tag to the bag is in plenty of time. Rockies are going to the bottom of the 8th inning. There is a pitching change going on in San Diego. So the 3-2 pitch to Vargas, that's where we focus our eyes on, is popped up out over towards center field. Marte sagging up, he's being waved home, and the Arizona Diamondbacks tie up the knots. It was a 2-0 game, and now it's 2-2 in the bottom of the 6th. Those Texas Rangers and the Arizona Diamondbacks, 2 teams that are still trying to find a way to stay alive somehow, some way in that 3rd wild card spot race. Now Tyler Locklear is up, and he looks at strike 1. No balls, 1 strike to him. We're in the bottom of the 6th. There's one runner over at first. The pitch to Locklear, he fouls it off. We got some close games. We've seen a lot of blowouts as of lately during the late games. The 0-2 to Locklear. Curvelo thought that he struck him out. It most certainly looked like he did. But the pitch was called outside, according to the home plate umpire. There's Wandy Peralta. He's going to pitch. Count is 1-0 to him. To Gunnar Henderson, that is. Pitch on the way. Ground ball hit over to shortstop. To throw to second, there's one. To throw to first, that's not in time. That's a 6-4 fielder's choice. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Tyler Locklear as we keep switching. The 2-2 is outside and low for ball 3. Joey Lucchese is now going to pitch for the Giants. Drew Gilbert will be playing out in left. And Ezekiel Tovar will lead it off, and he takes ball 1. But back to Locklear's 3-2 pitch. Here it is. Swing and a miss. A big strikeout there to end the inning. But the Diamondbacks are on the board, and they respond to tie up the baby. With that, we go to Colorado. 2 balls, no strikes to Ezekiel Tovar. And Tovar will foul off the pitch. 2 balls, 1 strike. In the Orioles game, the 0-1 is fouled away to Ryan Mountcastle. 2-1 to Tovar. Ground ball hit over to shortstop and picked up by Adames. The throw over to first is in time. There is out number 1. That was Christian Koss, excuse me. Mountcastle for the Orioles. He'll take outside for ball 1. And so the count is 1-2. Karras comes up for the Colorado Rockies. What's up, Keith? How are you, my friend? We got a Diamond Zone update. Ryan Mountcastle singles back up the middle, and guess what? I mean, they have now 2 runners on base in the top of the 5th inning, Baltimore, that is. So we keep going back and forth. We got some interesting ones out here tonight. The 0-1 to Karras is down for ball 1. So the 3 games that are on right now, it's Giants and Rockies. You got Orioles and Padres, and Rangers and Diamondbacks. The Diamondbacks just tied it up in the bottom of the 6th. So it's a 2-2 game there. All 3 of these games are close. They're not high scoring like the early games are. Yeah, all the early games were really high scoring. And then the 7:40 games were more so blowouts. And these games are just close. Here's the 1-0 to Kowser. Ground ball off the glove of Cronenworth, and everybody's going to be safe. And the bases are loaded for the Baltimore Orioles in the top of the 5th. All right, so let's go really quickly over to this Rockies game, and then we will see how Baltimore fares. The 2-2 pitch to Karras. There's a fly ball hit out over towards center field, and that's going to be caught by Lee for out number 2. That was a bad play by Jake Cronenworth. Orioles have bases juiced. And up to bat is Basallo. The pitch from Peralta, grounded foul towards the first base side. By the way, there's 3-1 to Freeman in the Texas Rangers game. No balls, 1 strike to Basallo for the Baltimore Orioles. Here's the 0-1 that misses low for a ball. Freeman for Texas popped it up over towards third base, and that ball was caught for out number 1 in the top of the 7th inning. Here's the 1-1 to Basallo, foul ball. Rockies and Giants are going to go to the top of the 9th inning on a ground out that was hit over to short. And the Giants will look to try to extend their lead as they go to the 9th. We also have a pitching change occurring out in Arizona. So they will take a step off, and with that, we just got one game on that's not in a break. That's this Orioles game. There's the 1-2 pitch, and that is fouled off over towards the first base side. One and two. Peralta with 10 seconds left on the pitch clock. Base is loaded. And the pitch is high for ball 2. 14 games today. 11 of them are done. And we still got 3 going on. We're in the middle of those. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. That's a big strikeout for Wandy Peralta. And out number 2 is made. So 2 gone in the top of the 5th, and a timeout is taken on the mound in San Diego. How's everybody doing, chat? Let us know down below. 147 runs. Is that true? I just can't process that. I really just can't process that. That's unbelievable to me. (21-17). Mike Schilt is going to go out there. That's going to be it for Wandy Peralta. And so with a break in the action out in San Diego, looks like David Morgan is going to go out there to pitch. Doing great, man. Dude, I'm so happy to hear that. So the Rangers and Diamondbacks are indeed back on. And we will stick there for a sec. Ezekiel Duran takes inside for balls 1 and 2. Jalen Beeks is pitching. Schmidt hits one out to left center field for the Giants and gets down for a base hit. He had a solo homer back in the 5th. And he gets on with a leadoff single to start off the 9th inning for San Francisco. The 3-0 pitch to Duran, and there's a called strike. 3 balls, 1 strike, top of the 7th, 1 away. Beeks deals, and that pitch is down for ball 4. Texas trying to get back out in front, and so their go-ahead runner is now 270 feet away from scoring. Okay, so he's over at first base. And in Dom Smith's at-bat, the count is 1-0. The pitch is taken for a strike. Charge! We're going to add back the triple diamond. As the San Diego Padres are back on. Orioles at bases loaded with 2 outs. David Morgan is going to pitch. So 1 ball, 1 strike to Jonah Heim. In this Texas game. Here's the 1-1, and that misses outside for ball 2. Emmanuel Rivera is due up for Baltimore. And the pitch is fouled off. Pitch by pitch, we are not missing a beat. It's beautiful. Whoops. Sorry. Wrong score. All right, no balls, 1 strike to Emmanuel Rivera. Morgan kicks and fires the pitch. Line drive, base it out to center field. Baltimore will get a couple more runs. Gunnar will score. The runner behind him will score. That's Ryan Mountcastle. And it's 5-2 Orioles. A huge swing by Emmanuel Rivera. is a guy who was with the Orioles, then got sent down to AAA, and he comes through against a team that's trying to win the NL West. Pretty special, huh? And Dylan Beavers comes up and he hits one out over towards shallow left field. That's going to be caught, though, by Ramon Laureano. And the inning is over. The Orioles do get 2 runs, though, on a 2-run single by Emmanuel Rivera. All right, we do have a review going on in this San Francisco ball game. Dom Smith, they're trying to see if he beat out the throw over at first. I think that the Giants are challenging. I thought that he was called out. But they're waiting for a review there. And on the other side of things, the Texas Rangers do have runners on over at first and second. Jonah Heim did just walk. And the Diamondbacks will take a timeout on the mound. So they got 2 runners on, the Texas Rangers, with 1 out in the top of the 7th. And back to this Giants game. Top of the 9th, 1 away. Wilmer Flores is up. And the pitch is swung on and missed. Mountcastle and Beavers have been standouts for the Orioles lately. Yeah. Here's the 0-1 to Flores. That's popped up out over towards shallow center field. And that is caught for out number 2. In the top of the 9th. It is 11:23 p.m. Eastern Time. Thank you all so much for staying up with us. 5 hours and 3 minutes of Diamond Zone so far tonight. Oh, and 1 is the count to Hellman. And to Luis Matos. Here's the 0-1, and that misses down and in for ball 1. His name's Gunnar. He's dating my mom. One ball, 1 strike to Hellman. And the pitch is inside for ball 2. It's also no balls, 2 strikes to Luis Matos. McCoy sends one out to deep left field for the San Diego Padres, but that's going to be caught by Beavers right in front of the wall. Matos is out, and we're going to go to the bottom of the 9th inning out in Colorado. But before that happens, let's check up on the Diamondbacks and the Texas Rangers to see who takes the lead here. Can Texas do it? Diamond Zone's a great idea. Thank you so much. I really love it. I do. I think it's so fun. 2-2 in the air. Hit out over towards left field, but that's going to be hit right in front of the track, and that's caught for out number 2. And so the runner stays over at second, and there's 2 outs in the top of the 7th inning. In Furman's at bat for the Padres, he fouls off the first pitch. Now, what's lucky is that these 3 games are close. You know, it's not like that there's any blowouts here. We've been getting those lately during these late window games. There's the 0-1 to Furman, swing and a miss. Wells has done a very good job so far for the Baltimore Orioles. Earlier today was just a little bit tricky because, again, I've never done 14 games. That was intense. That was really intense. 1-0, swing and a miss. I couldn't even go live and do some of those games, and I felt bad. But I was sticking just to all the scoring moments. It was just so fast. The 1-1, there's strike 2. Rockies are going to the bottom of the ninth. Here's the 1-2 pitch, though, to Smith, and that is outside for ball 2. Ryan Walker is going to try to shut the door for the Giants. He's doing good to start off the season, and then he's just been a totally different pitcher. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Ground ball hit over to shortstop, and the throw over to second is in time for out number 3 in the Rangers-Diamondbacks game. So they're going to go to the bottom of the 7th. Arizona and Texas are still tied. Now, Furman just got on with a double with 1 out in the bottom of the 5th, and he hit a bullet out over to left field. But we go back to the bottom of the 9th inning. Here's the 1-0 pitch. It's grounded over towards the mound. Walker's throw is high, but it's caught by Dom Smith. And there's out number 1 in the bottom of the 9th inning out in Colorado. We got Fernando Tatis coming up to the plate for the San Diego Padres. And we're going back to the double diamond. Wells versus Tatis Jr. 13 seconds left on the pitch clock to Fernando Tatis Jr. Batting leadoff tonight. First pitch to Tatis. And that's a rocket, but it's a foul ball. That's awesome. No balls, 1 strike to Fernando Tatis Jr. And here's the 0-1. There's a fly ball. This one's hit out over towards right field. That's going back towards the track, and it'll stay in the yard as it goes all the way towards the wall. But it's caught right in front of the wall, by Tatis. Or by the right fielder, and Tatis is out. Gosh, why am I stumbling? The runner from second, though, did tag up and go over to third. And now Luis Ariz is coming up. All right, Bitter is up for Colorado. And he takes the 1-1 out over to right field, but that's going to be caught. And the Rockies are down to their final outs. And Tyler Freeman is due up. Arizona's back in action. And Barossa takes outside for ball 1. Walker kicks, deals the pitch, swing, and a miss. This is Tyler Freeman up for the Rockies' last chance. The 0-1. There's strike 2. It's on the outside corner. And Colorado down to their final strike. The 0-2 pitch to Freeman. He spoils it foul. One-two pitch to Barossa. And there's a line drive base hit out to left field for the Diamondbacks. And their go-ahead runner is over at first. Ariz steps up to the plate, and he takes strike 1. The 0-2 pitch to Freeman. Foul ball. So he will stay alive still. Here's Ariz 0-1, and he fouls it off. Another pitch to Freeman. That's outside and low for ball 1. Lawler up for the Arizona Diamondbacks. He's behind in the count 0-1-2. The 1-2 pitch to Freeman. Swing and a miss. Ball game over out in Denver, Colorado. Lawler's 0-1 is outside for ball 1. And Ariz's 0-2 is outside for ball 1. So the Giants hang on and beat the Colorado Rockies by a final score of 7-4. Walker gets the save, and Webb gets the win. Now, we do have a Diamond Zone alert out in Arizona. Lawler just singled, and there's runners on at first and second. Here's the 1-2 to Arise, and he flies this one out to left field. It is a foul ball, I believe. Yes, it is. Okay, so we got 2 games left to go. That's just 2 games left. Diamondbacks and Rangers, and Orioles and Padres. It's great. Sounds good, my friend. Ketel Marte is due up. Here's the 1-2 to Arise, and he pokes it foul. He's just such a good contact hitter. Pitch to Marte. Fly ball hit out over towards left field, and that ball is gone! Ketel Marte with his 25th homer of the season, and he puts the Diamondbacks out in front 5-2. Oh, what a swing by Marte. He's been a hero for them this season. Unreal. What a swing. Did it from the right side of the plate. That thing was murdered. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Luis Arise. The 2-2 pitch to Arise, and he pops it up out over towards shallow center field, and the catch is made. The inning is over, and so we're going to go to the top of the 6th inning out in San Diego, 5-2 Baltimore. Okay. It's still a 5-2, or it's now a 5-2 game out in Arizona. So we can turn the iPad off. That's good. The iPad is done. No need for that anymore. Geraldo Perdomo is due up, and he bunts it foul. Tried to do a drag bunt, and it did not work. Now the Rockies have their 100th loss of the season. Really? That's wild. All right, so let's refresh our page. We still got 2 games left, folks. It is 11:34 p.m. Eastern Time. This is where things tend to slow up. We had a lot of beautiful action early on. 12-5 Mets, even though that wasn't, we didn't really talk about that game. A 12-9 Toronto game, though, against these Cincinnati Reds. Pirates and Dodgers was fun. Marlins and Nationals, not really a lot of action there. Red Sox and Guardians was fun. That was a good back and forth. Rays and Mariners had a good ending. White Sox and Twins, that got way out of hand. Cubs and Braves, not a lot of action in that one. Angels and Royals, not a lot in that game either. And neither in the also in the Cardinals Athletics game. There wasn't a whole lot there as well. Yankees and Astros, that was a blowout, 7-1. Yankees were able to get the win. Giants and Rockies, 7-4 was the final score. That game was interesting. And it's just these 2 games left. We got 2 games left on right now. The Arizona Diamondbacks, Corbin Carroll just grounded out. And Torey Lovullo thought about challenging it, but decided not to. So there's out number 2 in the bottom of the 7th, and Bruce Bochy's going to go out there and make a move. And because of that, we're going to go back over to the Baltimore game. No balls, 1 strike. Kobe Mayo is up. It is 1, no balls, 1 strike. Mayo is 1 for 2. 0-1 delivery, and that's outside for a ball. How's everybody doing tonight? Let us know down below. Welcome on into the MLB Diamond Zone. If I sound a little bit tired, it's because we used a lot of energy on here tonight. But we're going to finish out strong for sure. We do Diamond Zone almost every day. Almost every day. 1 ball, 2 strikes. So if you're into like fantasy baseball, or if you have any picks or anything like that, this is a good thing for you. It really is. 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss, and Kobe Mayo is down on strikes. Adam Morgan able to get the strikeout there. But now we can just focus on 2 games. It's not like that, well, this game is on, but this game is on, and this game is on. And so is that one. How about that one? Now we just got 2. 1 out, top of the 6th. Jackson Holliday, who had an infield single his last time up, takes outside for ball 1. Holliday with 15 home runs on the season, 51 RBI, and a 246 average. 1 ball, no strikes. The pitch. Outside for ball 2. Two balls, no strikes. Top of the 6th. 1 away. The 2-0 to Holliday, swing and a miss. Caleb Bouchley is going out there to pitch for the Texas Rangers. Two balls, 1 strike to Jackson Holliday. And the windup of the pitch. Ground ball off the glove of Morgan and into the shortstop's hands. The throw over to first, though, not in time. Holliday able to beat out the throw. It bounced off of Morgan's glove. It landed, I believe, in the Cronenworth's glove, but he just could not make the play there. Actually went over to the shortstop's glove, excuse me. Iglesias. All right, let's go back over to Arizona really quickly. The count is 2-1 to Gabriel Marino. 2 balls, 1 strike, bottom of the 7th. Marino in the box. By the way, Jackson is up, and he grounds one over towards the mound, and the throw over to first was a little off the line, but Ariz caught it, and there's out number 2. And he put his foot on the bag, too. Added a stamp on it. Next pitch on the way to Marino. Strike 3 called. And the Texas Rangers are going to go to the top of the 8th inning. They trail 5-2 against the Arizona Diamondbacks. Gunnar Henderson is getting intentionally walked. Padres trying to keep it a 3-run deficit. They're in the top of the 6th. 2 away. Ryan Mountcastle is due up. He is at the plate. Morgan kicks, delivers, and throws it down and away for a ball. Don't forget to like, don't forget to subscribe, and turn on the bell icons too, folks. 1 ball, no strikes to Ryan Mountcastle. 5 seconds left on the pitch clock. And the 1-0 offering, swing and a miss. A slider at the knees. They could not catch up to it. It's 11:40 p.m. Eastern Time. The 1-1 delivery to Mountcastle, swing and a miss again. And that will make the count now 1-2. The 1-2 pitch. Outside and low for ball 2. JJ, where is the Padres' loss going to leave them with regard to the wild card seeding versus the Cubs and the Mets? Good question. So right now as it stands, The Padres are 2 games in back of the Dodgers, right, for the NL West. So if they lose, they'll be 2.5 in back of the Dodgers. 2-2 pitch to Mountcastle, swing and a miss. And there's out number 3. Okay. As far as the wild card race does go, the Padres are 1.5 games above the Mets for that second wild card spot. So if they lose, they'll only be 1 game up. They are currently also 3.5 games in back of the Chicago Cubs for that first wild card spot. So if they lose, then they'll be 4 games in back of Chicago. So they would have the second wild card. All right, we go to the top of the 8th inning out in Arizona. The count is 1 ball, 1 strike. And that is to Wyatt Langford, and he takes strike 2. So, yeah, that's to answer your question. Here's the 1-2 delivery. That misses just barely down for ball 2. Even though it looked like it was a strike. It kind of did. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Wyatt Langford. And the pitch is down in the dirt for ball 3. Rashi is pitching. The 3-2 pitch to Wyatt. Swinging a ground ball hit over to shortstop. Backhanded by Perdomo. The throw to first is in time. And there is out number 1 here in the top of the 8th inning. Say the Padres need this win. They can't really afford to lose a lot of games. They're still in the division race. And they probably want that top wild card spot. All right, top of the 8th, 1 away. Jock Peterson comes up, and he takes on the inside corner for a called strike. Machado will lead off the bottom of the 6th inning for the San Diego Padres. Here's Peterson's 0-1. That misses outside for ball 1. And Machado takes strike 1 on the outside corner. Dubin is pitching for the Baltimore Orioles. The ball is 2 strikes to Jock Peterson. Here's Machado's 0-1. That's outside. 0-2 to Jock. Outside for ball 1. So yeah, JS, did you hear me? Just want to make sure. Machado's 1-1's inside for ball 2. Peterson's 1-2 is a foul ball. So, yep, we got 2 games left. 2-1 pitch to Machado. That's on the outside corner for strike 2. We're still at it. And we get to relax, too. 1-2 to Jock. Up high and away for ball 2. Machado's 2-2 pitch is down for ball 3. The 2-2 pitch to Peterson. There's a ground ball base hit out to right field. So Jock Peterson gets on with a 1-out single for the Texas Rangers. Payoff pitch to Machado. He lines it foul towards the right side. So the Padres trail 5-2 in the bottom of the 6th. And the Rangers, they trail 5-2 in the top of the 8th. Peterson leads off over at first. Rowdy Tellez is up, and he looks at the ball. Machado fouls off the next pitch, and he will stay alive. Still got another hour of this, I would assume. The 1-0 to Rowdy. That misses outside for ball 2. Things are getting interesting again. Dubin gets set at the belt. And the payoff pitch to Manny Machado. Line drive, base it out to right field. And the Padres get the leadoff man aboard. It's also now 3 balls, no strikes to Rowdy Tellez. That's awesome. It's beautiful. Thank you so much, Keith. 3-0 to Rowdy. That's a called strike right down the middle. He took it all the way. Rashi on the bump for the Arizona Diamondbacks. He'll get set at the belt. He kicks. He fires. And Tellez grounds it for a base hit out to right field. The tying run is going to come up to the plate for Texas. Runners at the corners. Texas saying we're not done yet either. Here's Gavin Sheets for the Padres, and he just takes outside for ball 1. I can't believe Rowdy just got that through. So the Rangers have the tying run coming up to the plate. Gavin Sheets is up for the San Diego Padres. The 1-1, that misses inside for ball 2 to Gavin Sheets. The next man up for the Rangers is Josh Young, and he fouls off the first pitch that he sees. Again, there's 1 out in the 8th inning. Texas has their tying run up at the plate. 2 balls, 1 strike to Gavin Sheets, and the 2-1 to him, he fouls it away. Machado is over at first. 0-1 to Young, the pitch. Foul ball. No balls, 2 strikes. Here's the 2-2 to Sheets, and he lays off. That pitch is low for ball 3. Rashi gets set, and the 0-2 is way up high to Josh Young. Back and forth and back and forth. 3 balls, 2 strikes to Gavin Sheets. The payoff pitch. Ground ball, hit over towards the right side. Holiday has it, throws it to second for 1. The throw to first is not in time. And Josh Young is now tied up in the count 2-2. So Holiday flipped it over to Gunnar to get 1 out, and Gavin Sheets hustled and beat out the throw. The 2-2 to Young, swing and a miss. That's a big strikeout for Arizona. And there is out number 2 in the top of the 8th inning. So Sheets will lead off over at first. Ramon Laureano is now due up for San Diego. And the pitch to Laureano, ground ball, foul. Cody Freeman, who has walked, singled, and scored a run, will come up for the Texas Rangers. 2 outs, top of the 8th. The pitch to Freeman, and he looks to the curve ball. That's on the upper tier of the zone for strike 1. No balls, 1 strike in both counts. Laureano 2 for 2 with a pair of singles and a stolen base. Here's Freeman's 0-1. It's high for a ball. Laureano's 0-1 is popped up out over towards shallow right field, over towards the first base line, and the catch is made for out number 2 in the bottom of the 6th. The 1-1 to Freeman, and he looks at strike 2 on the outside corner. Jackson Merrill is due up next for the Padres. Rashi will take a step off. And with that, let's go to Merrill's at bat. First pitch to him is down for ball 1. Tying run at the plate for Texas. 1-2 pitch to Freeman. Ground ball hit over to third base. The throw over the second, inning over. And so the Texas Rangers cannot score a run. They're going to go to the bottom of the 8th inning. And with that, we go back to Jackson Merrill's AB. 1-0 to Jackson is inside and low for ball 2. Can you believe that Texas stranded those runners and could not get anybody home? Nobody. Merrill in the box. Dubin pitching, and the 2-0 is grounded over towards second base. And the throw over to first by Jackson, he almost bobbled it. It's in plenty of time, though. And the inning is over, and so San Diego can't get a run. And they're going to go to the 7th inning, 5-2 Baltimore. And with that, we got a break in both games. And we'll see what happens when we return in both of these late ones between Texas, Arizona, and Baltimore and San Diego. We are 8 minutes away until midnight. Okay. Let's take another sip of water. $152 runs, 28 home runs. Is that really true? I want to count the home runs myself. I really do. So Marte homered, right, in this Arizona game. Marte homered, so that's 1, right? Blue Jays, Springer, I remember, homered. I remember Bichette homered, right? Hayes homered. Springer homered again. Varsho homered. Friedel homered. And that was 7. Yeah, 7. And then in the Red Sox game, Rafaela homered. Noel homered. That's 9. Lowe homered. That's 10. Hedges homered. Fry homered. Rocchio also homered. So that's 13. Yeah, it's hard to keep track of it all. James Wood homered in the Nationals game. So that was 14. That was the only homer hit there. The Rays, I think Caminero homered, so that's now 15. Rowley, Rodriguez, and Polanco homered. That's 18. Okay? So that was 6-5. Angels and Royals, any home runs there? Adele homered, that's 19. Joe Adele. And then in the Cardinals game, Herrera homered, that's 20. In the Giants game, Devers homered, that's 21. Schmidt homered, 22. Flores homered, 23. Goodman homered, 24. Bailey homered, 25. And then in the Dodgers game, yeah, it's hard to keep up with it all. I'll have to do it at the end. 26 with Ohtani. Pages homered, that's 27. Yeah, it's a lot. A lot of home runs. Gosh. And in the Mets game, Soto homered twice. Okay, I'll just count them all later. Okay. All right. We'll count them all later. We got some more baseball left to go. 1 out, top of the 7th. Basallo is up to bat. And the pitch is swung on and missed. Now, Alexander is also due up for the Arizona Diamondbacks. His count is 1-2. There's 1 out in the top of the 7th in San Diego. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Blaze Alexander. The windup and the 2-2. There's a caught strike 3 on the outside corner. And out number 1 is recorded. Yuki Matsui is out there on the mound for San Diego. 1 ball, 1 strike to Basallo. And Basallo's pitch is just outside for ball 2. Ildemaro Vargas is up at the plate for the Snakes. Cade Stroud will be warming up for Baltimore. Matsui's 2-1 is fouled away. 1 ball, no strikes to Ildemaro Vargas. Here's the 1-0. It's inside for ball 2. We're just sticking to this double diamond until we got 1 game left. Usually we don't do this if it's a blowout, which it really has been. We'll just stick to the 1. That's interesting. 2-0 to Vargas. That misses down and in for ball 3. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Basallo. Vargas' 3-0 pitch. Here it is. It's on the outside corner for a strike. 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. And Basallo strikes out. And there's out number 2 in the 7th. Cha-ching. Got it. Very cool. Bottom of the 8th. The count is full. Out in Arizona. 3-2 pitch. Line drive. Base hit out to right field. Ildemaro Vargas able to get on with a base hit out over to right field. That thing was drilled. And now Emmanuel Rivera comes on up for the O's. 0-1. The pitch to Rivera, and the ground's a foul. No balls, 2 strikes. Tyler Locklear will step up to the plate for the Snakes. And he takes low for ball 1. No balls, 2 strikes in the top of the 7th out in San Diego. There's also 2 outs as well. The 0-2 to Rivera. He did not go. The pitch was outside. The pitch to Locklear. Ground ball hit over to shortstop. The throw to second. There's 1. The throw to first. There's 2. And the double play ends the inning. The last chance for Texas. As Duran, Heim, and the third batter will come on up. Missed who that was. But regardless, they're going to go to the top of the 9th inning. And it is the last chance for the Rangers. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Emmanuel Rivera. As we have a single scope on this game. Just a single diamond. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Matsui comes set and deals. And Rivera flies it out over towards right field. Tatis, with his glove, shields it from his face and makes the catch. And the inning is over. So the Padres will go to the bottom of the 7th. They still trail by 3 runs against the Baltimore Orioles. It is a 5-2 ball game. All right. With that, we'll take another sip of water. I think we got like another 45 minutes of this. Folks, it's now midnight. It is midnight here on the East Coast. Yes. 5-2. San Diego is down by 3. Tomorrow afternoon, we got Mets and Tigers at 1:10 p.m. Eastern Time. That'll be cool. We'll be on for that. And then tomorrow night, we got Phillies and Brewers at 7:40. And then on Thursday, we got Phillies and Brewers at 4:10. And then, of course, we got the Birds at 8 o'clock. I believe it's 8 o'clock. Is it 8 o'clock or 8:20? I'll double check. I believe it is 8:20. Okay, good. It'll be 8:20 p.m. Eastern Time. I am so excited. And Friday, it's Chiefs and Chargers at 8 o'clock. That game will be on YouTube. No breaks for the JJ on the Diamond Zone days. 12 o'clock Eastern Time. JJ is still on top, baby. All right, 1 ball, no strikes. Duran is up to start off the top of the 9th inning. And the pitch, it's a 1-1 count. Rashi still pitching. The pitch to Duran. Line drive, base hit down the right field line. It's a fair ball, and that goes all the way towards the wall. Duran can fly. He's rounding second base, but he'll stay put there. He had to put the brakes on, and the leadoff man is aboard for the Texas Rangers. So Duran gets on with a leadoff double. Cade Stroud will pitch the bottom of the 7th out in San Diego as we add our second diamond. George! Cronenworth's first pitch, and that is taken outside for ball 1. The pitch to Jonah Heim, and he looks at a called strike. Here's the 1-0 to Cronenworth. That misses inside and low for ball 2. The 0-1 to Heim, strike 2. Taken right at the knees. Heim is hitless in 2 at-bats. Two 0 to Cronenworth, and that misses inside for ball 3. No balls, 2 strikes to Jonah Heim. The pitch, up high for a ball. The 3-0 to Cronenworth, and that's down and in for ball 4. So the San Diego Padres also get their leadoff man aboard. 1-2 is the count to Jonah Heim, and Rashi will reset really quickly. We're at 63 likes. That's beautiful. Thank you all so much. 16 more minutes till we get to the 6-hour marker. Will Wagner will step up for the Padres. Here's Himes 1-2, and that's high for ball 2. Stroud kicks, fires, and fires a strike right down the middle to Wagner. So both teams have a runner on. 2-2 to Heim, and that's a wild pitch. And that'll allow the runner to go over to third. The pitch was down for ball 3. And so Texas has a runner on at third base. 0-1 to Wagner. And he takes down and away for ball 1. Back and forth on the double diamond zone. The 1-1 to Wagner, and that is taken for a called strike. Here's the 3-2 to Heim. It's grounded over towards the right side. Second baseman has it, throws it over to first. The runner from third does score. It is 5-3 in the top of the 9th inning with 1 out and nobody on. And here's the 1-2 to Wagner. That ball's grounded towards the right side. Holiday throws to second, gets the lead man out. And that is 4-6 on the fielder's choice. So now it's Hellman who's due up against Rashi. He'll show bunt, he takes it back, and the pitch is down for ball 1. 1 ball, no strikes to Hellman. In the Padres game, they will have Ryan O'Hearn due up. The 1-0 pitch to Hellman. Fly ball hit out to deep left field. It's slicing foul, and it just goes out of play. Here's O'Hearn. Stroud kicks, fires, and O'Hearn swings and misses at the fastball. Hellman's 1-1. The pitch, swing and a miss. Hellman's. Kobe Mayo and Hellman. That's funny. 0-1 pitch. That's called a ball, even though that was clearly at the knees, to O'Hearn. The 1-2 to Hellman. Strike 3 called, and there's out number 2 in the 9th inning. 1 ball, 1 strike to Ryan O'Hearn. The pitch, outside for ball 2. So 1 more out to go in Texas. Really in Arizona. The pitch to Smith, and that's down for ball 1. The 1-0 pitch. Ground ball. Hit over towards the right side. Second baseman scoops it up. Throws it over to first. Ball game over. And the Diamondbacks hang on and beat the Texas Rangers by a final score of 5-3. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Ryan O'Hearn. 1 out in the bottom of the 7th. Stroud gets set at the belt. And the 2-2 to O'Hearn is going to bounce in the dirt for ball 3. Throw over the second base is not in time. And the Padres have a base runner in scoring position. So the Diamondbacks, they end up beating the Texas Rangers. And they get their 69th win of the season. Another big loss for Texas. And that really just dips their chances of getting into that third wild card seed even further. 1 game left to go. 3 balls, 2 strikes to Ryan O'Hearn, and the next pitch is outside, and the tying run is coming up to the plate. JJ, you have a 13-hour stream, I remember. Can you beat that? Save the date. We're doing a 16-hour one on September 18th. And we're doing it for charity. It's going to be great. Tatis is coming up. He's 0 for 3 tonight, but 1 swing can make a difference. All right. We stick. All right, guys, we got 1 game left to go. Who will win? We'll see. This is it. The final game. I like that little back and forth. That was kind of nice. That was neck and neck, you know? The 1-1 pitch. The 2-1 pitch. The 1-1. There. Yeah, that was nice. That was kind of cool. Tatis will step on in to the box for the San Diego Padres. Wow. Fernando Tatis Jr., 0 for 3. 10 seconds left on the pitch clock. 1 away. The pitch to Tatis, way up high and way inside for ball 1. And the Padres have to win this game if they want to not only stay involved in their division race, they would be 2.5 games behind the LA Dodgers, I believe. Here's the 1-0 to Tatis. That misses outside for ball 2. Let's take a look at the standings very quickly. Cade Stroud with 16 total pitches. The 2-0 to Tatis. Swing and a miss. And that makes the count now 2-1. So, yeah, the Padres would be 2.5 behind the Dodgers if they do lose. The 2-1. That's down for ball 3. I will throw in a loser, too, but I will. I was going to save it for the end. I have one for either team here. Hitters count to Tatis. This is a big pitch. 3-1 on the way. That was low, but it's called a strike. That's crazy. The count is full to Fernando Tatis Jr. This could be it, honestly. Payoff pitch. And Tatis, did he go? The pitch was low. Did he go? He did not. And the bases are loaded now for San Diego. All right. Looks like that's going to be it for Stroud. Let's see what happens. Mansolino's going to go out there. And Garcia is going to come on in. Let's go. All right. Base is loaded. JJ, what final game? We're not switching over to some Korean baseball. Unfortunately, you know what? Nah, sorry. After this, I'm going to bed. I think we still have like another 30 minutes of this. I'll say another 30 minutes of this, and then we'll do a recap of all the games today. So by the time that's done, like 45 minutes, I would say. Yeah, 45. Bum, 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 bum. Okay. Wow. So this is the only game left. This is the only baseball game left. So yeah, if the Padres do win, they'll be 1.5 games behind the Dodgers. They're also technically 3.5 right behind the Phillies, if we're talking about best record in the National League. That's right, because the Cubs are technically a half game behind the Phillies for second best record, but that doesn't matter because the Brewers have the best record and they're in their division. They're 85-54. So that doesn't really matter. You know, it doesn't. The Cubs aren't going to get the 2 seed. They're going to get the 4. Rico Garcia is going to pitch for the Baltimore Orioles. So 1 away, bottom of the 7th. And Arise is due up at the plate. He homered before. The pitch. That is taken for a called strike on the upper third of the zone. Arise has 1 career grand slam. Charge! No balls, 1 strike to Arise, and the pitch is way outside for ball 1. Now it's just a traditional play-by-play. It's boring. Oh, I had to say that. 1 ball, 1 strike to Arise. And the pitch is way inside for ball 2. Garcia is off target. Two balls, 1 strike. Garcia has a 3.52 ERA on the season. He's from Honolulu, Hawaii. 2-1 to Arise. Foul ball. Arise is 28 years old now. He's been in the league since 2019. This season, he has only struck out 16 times in 536 at-bats. It's one tough cookie. 2-2. That misses inside and low for ball 3. Last year, in 637 at-bats, he struck out 29 times. The 3-2. Swing and a miss. That's the 19th time, the 17th time that he has struck out this season. Oh my gosh. We jinxed him. Are you kidding me? It is so hard to strike this guy out. And he just did that. The odds of that happening, if you had a rise to strike out in this at-bat, you must have won a lot of money. Now Machado comes up and he swings and misses at the pitch, at the knees. That's insane. No balls, one strike to Manny Machado, and the pitch. Ground ball hit over to shortstop. The throw to second is in time. Baltimore somehow gets out of the inning, and they're going to go to the 8th. They still lead it 5-2 against the San Diego Padres. Wow. That was something. I can't believe he struck out there. I'm really shocked that he did that. 50 likes on Diamondzone, JJ. Nice. That's awesome. You guys should be very proud of yourselves. You really should be. This is awesome. It's the last of the Diamondzone games. JJ's Uno Zone. Bum bum ba-da-dum. Banana. BW falls off the perch, gasp. He was probably like, wow, you struck that guy out? It's pretty wild. That's the second outing in a row, by the way. I didn't even think about this, but Brian Wu, who went 6 innings for, I believe it was 25 games in a row, that's his second outing where he has not gone 6 innings. It's weird. Guys, hit the thumbs up button, subscribe to the channel, and turn on the notification bell icons too. That way you will know when we do go live. Oh boy, it's nice. I get to look at chat. It's more peaceful. Chat, we're doing it. We're doing it. We're doing it live. No, I'm kidding. It's great. Five to 2, top of the 8th inning. Dylan Beavers will lead it off for the O's. Alec Jacob is going to pitch. He has a 1-0 record. 26 games on the season. And the pitch is taken for a strike. You know, I said before, it was funny because I said during the streams, or during the beginning of this cast, I said, you know, if you want to tune on in to the Orioles game, you know, go tune on in. If you want, like, your undivided attention on just the Orioles game, you should go tune on in to BW. And now, guess what? We have our undivided attention onto it. That's funny. 1-1. That misses inside for ball 2. They can't handle the raw energy of JJ. Wake up! Get up, sleepyheads. No, I'm kidding. 2-1. That is up high for ball 3. Get the bats out. Get the bats out and go wake people up. 3 balls, 1 strike. And the 3-1 to Beavers is outside for ball 4. And now Jacob gives up a leadoff walk. Alec Jacob gives up. That's a tongue twister, too. Doing it live for 6 hours. Yeah, I think we will go till 6.5. I think we got a little bit less than a half hour left of this game, I'm saying. The pitch. Way outside. I mean, way outside for ball one. I really can't believe I jinxed Luis Ariz. Dude, he's going to, like, look back at this. If I ever get an interview with him, and he's going to be like, you jinxed me. I'll be like, I'm sorry, dude. I apologize. 1-0. That's outside for ball two. Kyle Tucker left today's game. I missed that. Should have known. 2-0 pitch. That misses outside for ball three. And Jacob just cannot find the zone. Colby Mayo in the box. 3-0 pitch. That's way outside again. And time will be called as Furman will go have a conversation with his pitcher. And Baltimore has something brewing already. Ruben Niebla will head out there onto the mound to go talk to Alec Jacob. And Mike Schilt is going over to the phones to make a call over to the bullpen. Oh, that feels good. So there's a meeting on the mound. Baltimore leads it 5-2 in this game. Sean Reynolds is getting loosened up in the Padres' pen. 2 on, nobody out. Here comes Jackson Holliday to the plate. It's hard to believe that I grew up watching Matt Holliday. And I'm sure that I'm going to see this more as I get older. But Matt Holliday as a kid, I grew up watching Matt Holliday. He's one of my favorite players. He actually has 2. The pitch, it's dribbled out over towards the mound, and the throw over to first is in time. That was like a sacrifice bunt, if you will, from Jackson Holliday. And he does get the runners over to second and third with 1 out in the top of the 8th inning for Baltimore. Feels kind of weird that we're doing a Baltimore game. Just feels odd. I feel like, you know, it's for BW, you know? The pitch. There's a strike called right down the middle. The ball is 1 strike. Top of the 8th. 1 out. Jeremiah Jackson, who homered earlier in the game, fouls off the pitch. And the count is 0-2. Started this at 6:20. No balls, 2 strikes, 8 seconds left on the pitch clock. Jacob versus Jackson, the pitch. Ground ball, hit over to shortstop. 1 run will score. The throw to first is in time. It's 6-2 O's. That's a big run for them. They play small ball, and Jeremiah Jackson gets himself an RBI ground out. O's. Trying to play spoiler against the San Diego Padres. And Gunnar Henderson takes strike one all the way down the middle. No balls, one strike. Gunnar batting .278. 16 home runs, 61 RBI. 0-1 to Gunnar. Ground ball hit over to first base, and Henderson is tagged out. There was some miscommunication. Ryan O'Hearn able to tag him out himself. And, well, we're going to go to the bottom of the 8th inning. It is 6-2 Orioles as the Padres are going to come back up. So how many runs is that now? I've lost count. Let's add hits to the equation as well. Let's add hits to the equation. There have been a total dude, 12 teams today have gotten over 10 hits. So that means that there's at least 120 hits that have been made today. I'd bet you that there's probably 200 hits today. Wild. Insane. 154 runs and 28 homers, I think. Something along those lines. Ay. That's so funny. Bro, you're so lame. No Korean baseball, no cricket from India, no soccer from Europe. Where do we go for a refund? Where do you go for a refund? I ain't got no words. I could actually, if you really want to. I know that you're joking. I know that you're joking. But I could send you off to... I don't know if there's anybody that does... Is there anybody that does cricket on here?
The eyes are...
Whoa. Shut up. Shut up, dude. That was me. I played a video of myself by accident. I could send you to somebody else. I could. Dude, bro's got a haircut? Wow. Australia. Yes. Suarez is going to go out there to pitch the bottom of the 8th inning out in San Diego. How many catcher's interferences tonight? Absolutely zero. Look, there has to be something. Okay, I will look. Gavin Sheets is up, and he shows bunt, and it's a foul ball. He bunts a foul. I like the... this is random. I just thought about them. The Botez sisters are cool. They seem really cool. No balls, one strike. And the pitch to Gavin Sheets. Foul ball. All right, let's see if there's cricket. Cricket. Sport. See what happens when I type in cricket. And then I'll have to go filter to the live, right? Oh, yeah, there's people that are doing it. There's people showing it. The pitch. Fly ball hit out over towards right field. Jackson's there, makes the catch. There's out number 1 in the bottom of the 8th inning. And Ramon Laureano is due up. Late night ping pong? Let's see if ping pong's live. Ping pong. No balls, one strike. There's no ping pong on tonight. Once I type in table tennis, no, nothing. No balls, 2 strikes. Let's count how many managers are chewing 16 pieces of bubble gum like Rob. Probably not a lot. I have not seen a lot of managers chewing gum tonight. Ooh, the finals links. Nice. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Are we just naming random sports? Pickleball. 1-2. That misses outside and low for ball 2. It's 2 balls, 2 strikes. We're in the bottom of the 8th out in San Diego. Time called by Laureano, and he will step out of the box. Oh, chat. Ugh. 1 month of baseball. And then it's the postseason. It's crazy. 2-2 to Laureano, foul ball. We got to put in all these hours now, man. We do. We got to put in all these hours now. Just to grind and get to that 10K marker by the end of the year. And we're just going to keep pushing. We're going to keep pumping it out. 2-2. Swing and a miss. Laureano's down on strikes. And there's out number 2 in the bottom of the 8th inning. Tomorrow we got Mets. The Mets are on at 1:05. Then we got the Phillies at 7:40. So that'll be fun. 2 outs, bottom of the 8th. Jackson Merrill comes up to the plate. And the pitch to Jackson. Ground ball towards the right side. Scooped up by Jackson Holiday. And there is out number 3 as the throw over to first is in plenty of time. It's time to go to the final frame. We got 6 outs left to go on this night in baseball. It's good. Professional cornhole. What about Cam Jam? Have you guys ever played Cam Jam? Dude, that is a fun game, it looks like. I've never played it before, but it looks like it's a lot of fun. That's the one thing I wish I did do in high school during gym class is learn how to play that game because it did look fun. Anybody else play Cam Jam? Can Jam? Did I say Cam Jam? Can Jam. Can Jam. Michael, wrong channel for cornhole. Yeah, I'll tell you what. Randy Jones is the best cornhole player of all time. I apologize to people that play professional cornhole. That was not funny. I just wanted to make up a name and just seem like I was smart. What's up? What's up, JS? If I were to do a 15-hour stream like you're doing on the 18th, I'd fix myself a couple pitchers of sugar-free Monster and ice water, my vape inhaler with caffeine and vitamin B12. Yeah. It's going to be a fun day. I won't be on fully for the 18 hours. I mean, I'll have a couple things that are pre-recorded, so that way I can actually eat. But yes, I'll still be on for like 14 hours. So it'll still be a long day. Don't get me wrong. But it's going to be so worth it. And we will make sure that we get enough sleep the night before. And by enough sleep, I mean the Phillies are playing the Dodgers. And that game won't end until probably like 1:10. I'm not doing a post game that night. I say that, and they're going to come back from a 10-0 deficit. Because that's just who the Phillies are. Or it's going to be 10-0. They'll tie it, and then they'll lose in the bottom of the 9th. Go figure. But yes. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Ryan Mountcastle. I forgot we still have a game going on. Mountcastle is 2 for 4. The pitch. It's outside for ball 2. That is funny. Wait, hold up. What ingredients do you put in your vape, did you say? Pictures of sugar-free Monster and ice water and your vape inhaler with caffeine and B12. That's wild. Pitch to Mountcastle, swing and a miss. And there is out number 1 in the top of the 9th. So all the good games were early. All the good games were the early ones. Interesting. I would have never thought that would be the case. 1 ball, no strikes. That's the Colton Cowser. 1-0 pitch. Foul ball. Wrong hole. Pro cornhole. Bend over. Two one. There's a line drive based out to center field. And a 1-out single. I didn't even read the second name. Oh, the crack. 1 out, top of the 9th. A runner on over at first. The pitch. There's a fastball right down Broadway for strike 1 to Basallo, who was hitless in 3 at-bats. Jacob kicks and deals. And the pitch is fouled away. Nice shot. Over the line tournament on Fiesta Island, San Diego. Check that thing out. Over the line tournament? What's that? The 0-2. Foul ball. Michael said, sorry, it's late. That was funny. You got me there. That made me laugh. You definitely got me. What is that? Over the line tournament. Here's the 0-2 to Basallo. Ground ball hit over to third base. Machado has it, scoops it up, throws over to first. And there is out number 2. Over the line. San Diego. It's a unique beach softball game that originated in San Diego. In this game, 2 teams of 3 players each compete to hit the ball over. I missed it. It's a place to meet new people. The fast-paced game. Teams consist of 3 players. The fast-paced game can be played in a relatively small space. Here's the pitch to Rivera. Line drive hit out to center field. That's caught. And the inning is over. And the Padres are coming up for the bottom of the 9th inning. 1 more to go. Fast-paced game can be played in a relatively small space, making it perfect for beach play. Easy to learn. I'll look up the rules and everything when I'm done. That's pretty cool. That's pretty awesome. You can drink and play, huh? Over the line is baseball with no running. That's cool. All right, come on, Padres, make it interesting. Wake me up. Wake me up. Roman Anthony left the game too. G-strings everywhere. JS says, let's go, Padres, tie it up. Let's go. Let's go. Tie up the ball game. Tie up the ball game. Just kidding. All right. Cronenworth will lead off the bottom of the ninth. Let's go. So Cronenworth is coming up. Suarez is going to pitch. I want free baseball. I want candy. Bum, 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 bum. I want candy. Bum, 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 bum. Jake Cronenworth is up. First pitch to Jake. It's high for a ball. Charge! 1 ball, no strikes to Jake Cronenworth. And the next pitch, that's called a strike. I don't know how. 1 ball, 1 strike to Jake Cronenworth. Here's the 1-1. That is a strike. Again, it was a curve. One, 2 to Cronenworth. Up high for ball 2. Who's Suarez? Did we trade Ranger? No. There's actually Robert Suarez, who's the closer for the San Diego Padres. Here's the 2-2 from the other Suarez, and that's a foul ball. This is Albert Suarez. Excuse me. I don't think that they're brothers. Then you got Eugenio Suarez, who's on the Diamondbacks. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and the 2-2 pitch way inside. Up that hit, Jake Cronenworth, and he's going to be aboard over at first base. It's Diamond Zone. We're at 6 hours and 24 minutes. And so, the leadoff man is aboard for the San Diego Padres. Okay. We got the leadoff man on. Rising Rhino is here. Rhino, I cannot wait to tune on in to your new show. Promote it down below. I want people to get up and tune on into that. The pitch is up high for a ball. It's going to be early. Rise and shine with Rising Rhino. The 1-0 pitch. There's a ground ball. It's sharply over to third. The throw to second, there's 1. The throw to first, there's 2. And just like that, San Diego down to their final out. That is a Philly special. That's a rally killer. That's what the Phillies do. Here comes Ryan O'Hearn to the plate. It's all up to him. The pitch. And that's up high for a ball. It's so early for people. No, it's not. No, it's not early for me. Rise and snooze. Here's the 1-0 pitch. It's up high for ball 2. I think that got a piece of the umpire. No, it did not. I lied. Major look. Rise and snooze. Rockabye JJ. No, I'm kidding. I did that for Rhino. 2-0 pitch. And there's a called strike. One more out to go on this night in baseball. There have been a total of 125 2/3 of an inning today. 2-1. There's a fly ball hit out over towards right field, and a diving catch made to end the ball game. And the San Diego Padres lose by a final score of 6-2. Nice catch made out in right field, and the ball game is over, and so is today's baseball games. Dylan Beavers ends up making a diving catch out in right. Remember, he had that error before, and so he makes up for it and says good night to San Diego. There we go. Nice. Okay. Let's recap really quickly. That's what we're going to do. Hit the thumbs up button. Hit that subscribe button, too, on your way out. Yes, a lot of good baseball today. We had a lot of runs scored early on in the early games. Those early games really had endless amount of action. And then the 7:40 games, it just slowed up. It just wasn't as high scoring, wasn't as competitive, and well, the final 3 games were kept close, but just not a lot of action towards that end. Not a lot of action towards that end. But yeah, let's recap everything that happened on this day in Major League Baseball. And actually, before we do that, we will take a look at the wild card standings one last time. So let's do that really quickly. The San Diego Padres, they do lose. And by the way, did not forget, a bunch of losers tonight. They are now 2.5 games in back of the LA Dodgers for the NL West title. And not only that, but they're now only 1 game above the Mets in the wild card standings. And they are 4 games in back of the Chicago Cubs for that first wild card spot. So their lead is getting pretty thin. It really is. So the Orioles, they did play upset. They did play spoiler. And, well, the San Diego Padres are only 1 game above the New York Mets. Got to tell you, the Red Sox and the Yankees are now tied for that first wild card spot in the AL wild card. That is interesting. Both teams are 2.5 games behind the Blue Jays for that AL East division. So that's big as well. The Tigers in the AL Central, they're winning that division, and they have it by a lot. They are 9 games above Kansas City, 10.5 above the Guardians. I wish I could display this to you guys, but I can't because I'm running a lot of stuff on OBS, and I don't want to do any damage to my laptop. I do apologize. The Astros, they did lose tonight to the Yankees, but the Mariners are still 3 games in back of the Astros for the division. The Rangers, they needed to win tonight, and they got upset by the Arizona Diamondbacks. So they're now 1.5 games behind the Mariners in the AL West and 4.5 behind Houston Astros for the division in the AL West. The Rangers are also 1.5 in back of the Mariners for that third and final wild card spot. That race is still pretty tight. The Rangers are just out of it, and also the Royals, the Rays, the Guardians, they're all really close on the outside looking on in. Rays have won now 5 games in a row. They've given themselves a puncher's chance to actually do some damage to possibly get that third wild card spot. So that's crazy. That is absolutely wild. We will recap these games really quickly. Again, we had a lot of stuff going on in the early window of tonight at 6:40 p.m. Eastern Time. Where are the scores? Where's the scores bot? There it is. Okay, good. And we'll put this back here, and we'll put the scores bot up over here. The New York Mets, they ended up winning by a final score of 12-5. Pete Alonso, man. Pete Alonso had 2 homers in that ball game. Juan Soto also homered as well. Noah McLean, he did a good job. Gotta tell you, hats off to him. He did really well. Again, the rookie providing a lot of pressure on the Tigers, and the Tigers, well, they lost 12-5 again to the New York Mets. Alonso got 2 homers. Jeff McNeil ended up getting a couple of big-time hits, too. Nimmo went 3 for 5. McNeil did go 3 for 5, too, and so did Brett Beatty. So that's the final score of that first game. The other 13, we got the Blue Jays beating the Reds. That was wild, too. It was a 12-9 finish. That was... The Blue Jays got the lead in that second inning, but the Reds just, for some reason, kept it close. Blue Jays had 4 runs in the first, 4 runs in the second, and the Reds had 1 run in the first and 5 in the second, so it was 8-6, and it was a 12-9 finish. Jeff Hoffman got the save. Varland got the win. Scott Barlow did not do well. Their bullpen really just did not do well at all today, the Reds, that is. Barrios only went 2 innings. He gave up 5 hits and 2 earned runs. That was a big-time loss for them. Yeah, a lot of stuff. Matt McLean homered. He also had an RBI double as well. Bo Bichette hit a 3-run shot. Vladdy Guerrero Jr. had an RBI single. Austin Hayes hit a 3-run homer, and he also had an RBI double, too. TJ Fradel hit a solo shot. Dalton Varsho homered as well. I mean, we can just talk about all the scoring plays that ended up happening in that game. That was ridiculous. How about Rodriguez and Cal Raleigh going back-to-back in that Seattle Mariners game? I know that they ended up losing 6-5. Junior Caminero, he had himself quite a day. He was a triple shy of the cycle, but he did a lot of production at the plate for them. Red Sox and Guardians, that game was also back and forth for a while, and then the Red Sox were able to just take it on, take control. Jhonkensy Noel had himself a solo homer in the top of the second, and the Red Sox responded in the bottom of the second with 4 runs. Ceddanne Rafaela, who had a 2-run homer in the bottom of the 6th, he had a very good day, too, with an RBI single and a run scored as well. Austin Hedges homered. Brian Rocchio homered. And Romy Gonzalez had a couple of hits. Jarren Duran, he had a good day, too. He went 1 for 5. I know he had the RBI, but he did well. So did Trevor Story, 2 for 5 for him. Masataka Yoshida, 3 for 4. And some really good stuff. White Sox, they put up 12 runs today. 12-3 final score there. We're not going to go through the rest of them. But the Cubs, they won 4-3. Angels won 5-1. Cardinals won 2-1. That game was really not. There was not a lot. Ivan Herrera hit a 2-run homer. That was it there. The Giants game was interesting. Patrick Bailey hit a 2-run shot. Hunter Goodman hit a 2-run home run for the Colorado Rockies. And for the Giants, Rafael Devers had a 2-run homer, too. So, Orioles, they were able to take care of business against the Padres. Good win for them. Diamondbacks also got a W as well. Ended up winning 5-3. Ketel Marte's 3-run homer. That was a big difference. The Yankees, Jazz Chisholm Jr. went yard twice. And Trent Grisham hit a grand slam. So, a lot of offense there, too. And that is going to wrap it up. Nationals did beat the Miami Marlins 5-2. Was that final score. James Wood did homer. But yes. So that's it. That's it from me. I'm going to wrap up the night. That's going to be it. We went 6.5 hours tonight. Think that that's pretty good. Tomorrow we got Mets and Tigers at 1 o'clock. And then we got the Phillies taking on the Brewers at 7:40. So a doubleheader tomorrow. And with that, I got to go get some rest. All right, I love you all very much. Shalom Tov, good night. And I will catch you all on the next one. All right.